the stakes so high, the presidential debate just moments away. We have the entire news division keeping an eye on everything. We are going to be fact-checking on our live blog. It's all going to be happening right here. The debate now just 10 seconds away, and we will be back with our post-game show as soon as it's over. We are going to toss it right now to David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will charge a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Yeah, I'm in this bitch. Just hold up, man. I know I don't got my
Good
face
evening,
cam
I'm
on.
David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. I was my mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startups.
Oh, she's talking that good shit already.
Knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to
call him Big 45.
which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because it was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country.
Nah, Trump talking mad clear. He not even sneak this in.
And insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in.
Shout out to my Venezuelans. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Yo, by the way, I'm getting my hair done real quick. I'm gonna be on camera in a second. I got an afro right now. I can't even put a hat on. Give me a second.
The highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump...
Nigga, why y'all saying build that wall? Nigga, ain't no wall separating Venezuela from motherfucking Denver, Colorado. Nigga, how the fuck they get there?
The worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce-back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back, and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance.
Turn up, Trump.
And many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having, on the short end of the stick,
I know a couple line-ass bitches, man. This one line-ass bitch right here. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Let's talk about this. With COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID? Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that she was responsible for lacking.
My boy Trump got that even tan. He looking extra orange today. Now, I ain't gonna lie. Trump came on time.
Well, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because
Why he say countries' names like that? Taiwan.
they have, and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist.
Talk
her
about it.
father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals, many of these.
Shout out to my Venezuelans, man.
And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something.
Why is she staring him down like that, man?
2 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here.
Yo, she got the mannerisms like she took 2 shots of vodka, man. She probably off that Don Julio.
States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban.
Nah, she appealing to all the young hoes out here. All the young hoes who be fucking without condoms, getting pregnant, and want to abort it 4 months later.
Your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's...
Fight back, Trump.
...should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe.
Oh, Trump about to snap on his hoe.
Loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond. But I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right?
Yo, she definitely on Kamala's side.
I support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the question?
problem.
Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans.
That's where Big Trump gonna shine, man.
In this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires.
You trying to cook?
And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe you said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formally worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit.
They get nasty now.
His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice President Harris,
the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big
that's a real nigga. Stop playing with him.
is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake
Trump,
Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that
to get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay.
You know what I realized? They don't correct Kamala at all. They correct Trump on any time he try to finesse something.
You don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody
Is that her black mother or Indian mother? Which one?
dollars on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people.
Bro, this bitch just be talking, bro. The shorty just asked you. You said you weren't, like, you were down with decriminalize people coming across the border. Now you want to enforce it. Fuck the values. You changing your policy stances.
People up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please.
Oh, shit.
Does that sound familiar?
Oh,
She went out.
Oh, he checked the fuck out of her.
In Minnesota, and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that
he
burned down
checked her, bro.
Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar. but they take 400,
President
500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in?
Nah, the thing one thing about Trump, he always gonna hold his semi-radical people down. Y'all niggas stormed the Capitol, even though he ain't really tell y'all to, but he kind of gave y'all the wink wink. He ain't gonna throw y'all under the bus. By the way, there's 2.3 million people watching on that YouTube feed.
One of these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just...
I ain't gonna lie to you. I fuck with Trump for that, like on some real shit. I fuck with Trump because he rock with the niggas who rock with him. Even if they're a little bit racist. I'm going to just put like this. Barack Obama got in the White House, my nigga. Barack Obama was probably the first gay president, not the first black president, nigga. He wasn't rocking with niggas like that, okay? Like, one thing with Trump, you can't get him to say nothing bad about the racist niggas that rock with him, okay? Not saying he racist, but there's some racist niggas that rock with him. He'll never talk down on them because he know they be on go for him. That's like his kill squad.
Mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for...
I ain't gonna lie to you, I fuck with Trump, but she is kind of like appealing to people. Like, she's a good speaker. See,
that is a...
This is why we needed Biden up there. Biden was having like a fucking seizure, a heart attack, a stroke all at the same time. She kind of talking.
On that point, Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
no
Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it, I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences.
Nah, Trump should never did this debate on ABC, man. They setting that nigga up. They're throwing softballs to this girl.
The vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I
up.
think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here.
Oh,
on October
man.
7th,
Answer the question, bitch.
Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel. Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality.
Nah, both of them ain't answer that question. I ain't gonna lie. Both of them ain't answer shit.
That Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
I ain't gonna lie, they turning up, people. They got to run some ads, you know what I mean? They got like 3 million people on the live. I could imagine on TV they might have 10 million people watching. This is a big thing. Honestly, I'm going to give Kamala some credit here. I think Kamala is doing a little bit better than I thought. I'm going to be honest with you. I thought she was a little bit of an airhead. We don't really know what she got going on. Here's the thing, too. And I see so many people, and actually, I feel like I'm coming off a little Charleston White-ish when I say this. If you're one of those people who's like, yo, this is life or death, this is, my nigga, in reality, the issues that they're discussing here have a 1%, it's like a 1% case rate if it will affect your life. Whether we got Kamala, whether we got Trump, it really don't matter that much. You know what matters for me, like, and this is me personally, I pay a lot in taxes, really mostly, I pay a shit ton. I pay like $45,000 a year just for the house I live in. That's property taxes. You know what that's going to? Schools, roads. It's paying the local municipalities. What are they doing with the money where if I'm paying that and there's 5, 10 other houses paying that, my city is getting a lot of fucking bread, but it's local. So when we like constantly only obsess over the presidential elections, they're talking about abortion. If that's the biggest thing in your life, my nigga, like, bro, use a condom, brother. You know what's like, I'm thinking about local crime. I'm thinking about the schools. I'm thinking about, yo, why the fuck am I paying $45,000 a year in property taxes, but there's a fucking pothole over there? You get what I'm saying? Like, these are things that matter, but it's not on a national level. It's on a local level. I think even for you guys, wherever you live at, the majority of things that's probably affecting your life on 90% basis is not federal. So when we're watching this, for me, it's a little bit like entertainment. Because whether we do got Trump or we got Biden, or actually not Biden, I guess Kamala at this point, it really don't matter. A lot of us, we're talking about politics because this is when we talk about politics, but nobody gives a fuck about midterm elections. Nobody gives a fuck about electing city councils who's going to make sure that budget goes to the proper places for school, for this, for that, after school programs. You, like we sit here and talk about, like, say if you're in Philadelphia right now and you're complaining about the crime and violence that is so rampant in Philadelphia. Yes, maybe you could say, well, on is it gubernatorial level? Yeah, you could get laws to handle it better, but maybe on a local level, you should be arguing that the city of Philadelphia, that, you know, whether it's, you know, that board or whatever that, you know, political structure looks like, they should be investing more into after school programs that these niggas, these little kids, it's a 16-year-old who killed YBC Dull. They're running around with switches. Like, think about it. We really acting like all what Trump is talking about, what Kamala's talking about. I'm gonna keep it a being with you, my nigga. I love Mexicans. I don't give two fucks about the border, to keep it real. It sounds good. Like, oh, okay, let's close the border. I don't give two fucks. You get what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't affect my life. You know what I mean? Low key, I need more Mexicans, because I ain't gonna lie, when they come work on my roof, that should be fired. Them niggas coming through, them niggas be doing that shit in like 30 minutes. I'm like, God damn, it's supposed to be a whole day. The point I'm trying to say is that we're all invested in the presidential election, when most of the issues that the federal government that they're going to be mostly caring about don't affect most of us. If you know a bunch of people where abortion rights is a thing that's controlling how they live their life in the next 6 months, you just know hoes telling bitches to stop fucking. You get what I'm saying? If you know a bunch of people where illegal immigrants supposedly took their jobs, or, bruv, you need to go to school. Go get some education. The point is this. We fake care about politics because all of the political shit that really affect us, we don't give a fuck about. Y'all niggas, we sit up here talking. Think about this. The people in Atlanta right now, and let me say this before I think they're about to get back. We sit and talk about what's going on in Atlanta. The people in Atlanta watching this debate, why are you watching this? You elected Fonnie Willis. That's why Young Thug is under fire. Y'all elected these people, right? But y'all over here talking about Trump and Kamala. Anyway, I'm back to it.
Into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine?
Don't give out the sauce, Trump. Don't tell him.
I want to save lives that are being uselessly people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interests for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies.
Yo, this shit whack. They throwing her mad softballs. It's like, these are journalists. They know that supposedly they never met. That's why they asked her the easy question. Have you ever met with him? Because all she got to give is a one-word answer.
In chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, somebody tell Kamala, Big Trump was just trying to do a backdoor. That's what's called a backdoor, bitch. Yo, invite the enemy to where you cooling at. Yo, come to my block. It's called a backdoor.
Responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander.
Nigga, the Taliban been backdooring United States for mad long. It's about time we backdoor them.
How he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care.
ABC so pussy.
You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less.
Trump a real nigga, bro.
What she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do.
This chick like Olivia Pope Scandal, man.
American people, I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay. Thank
you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to respond
No,
to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have
Keeping
a
it a
plan.
B.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run health care system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris,
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
You made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
All right, Chad. All right, what y'all rocking with so far, man? You know, tonight is the first debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Kamala's doing pretty good. Again, here's the thing about these debates. Like, I think the majority of the population, and I'll include myself in that, the people who have the right to vote and the constituents of whatever states, I don't think we're all that involved in politics. We all go off talking points. You hear the same shit. We don't ever follow through to see if these guys deliver on promises. You hear wild things thrown around. You hear Kamala says that she's going to be putting in, I mean, shit, I don't know if y'all have a business, but shit, that sounds great, right? Like, yo, you get a $50,000 tax break if you start a small business. That's good because, shit, if you do start making profits, like to scale up, you want to, you know, whatever. And shit, she's trying to give you a break to give you an opportunity. Will that become a thing? We don't know, right? Like these are like promises. Hearing these guys talk is like promises. Hearing Donald Trump say certain things, yo, I'm going to end whatever war, this and third. I've seen a lot of people were you know, and this is why they say you never talk about politics and religion because it's really heated and people care about it. It was kind of interesting during the last little break when I was saying that, oh, y'all niggas, like we care about this, but my nigga, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Whether Gaza and fucking like Israel and Palestine kill themselves all day, it matters nothing to my life. It does nothing. Like I just see it on the news. It matters none, right? And when I mean matters none, I mean relatively, right? Like same with Russia and fucking Ukraine. It's crazy. Like we're like almost like brainwashed to think like we're voting on these issues. Like you niggas got nothing to do with what's going on over there. Y'all niggas should care about what's going on in your community. Why niggas keep stealing cars? Why why the fuck the road ain't never been fixed? Why is there no after school programs that your little brother could be at? Why the fucking YMCA or the gyms are so fucking crappy? That's kind of what matters in most regular people's lives, except that's not what we voting for. You know what I mean? Like, you know, whether it's a city councilor or the local mayor, like niggas don't give a fuck about that. And those are the people that control your actual day-to-day life. We're over here, like, think about this. They keep mentioning this thing called fracking. Y'all know what fracking is? Like, if you're not in a state like Pennsylvania, fracking don't even exist to you, right? Like fracking is like, I believe it's like a method of like extracting natural resources from the earth. Bro, if you live in Atlanta, that shit don't matter to you. Yet they're talking about this constantly, and they're trying to make sure they're on the right side of this point. So, again, the only thing I'm trying to tell y'all is, like, of course, there's some bigger points. Like, for example, again, and I still think this is a marginal case, even with abortion. Bruh, how many people do y'all know that is getting abortions all the time, or is getting restricted from abortions that wanted abortions, or feel passionate enough that don't want other people to have abortions after, I don't know, maybe 6 weeks or whatever the case is. So, again, I personally feel like we just selecting a leader. You know what I mean? This is like the face of the football team. Like, you know what I mean? It's like Bill Belichick, even though he's a smart guy. I'm comparing to football here, people. The offensive coach is a nigga who's probably installing whatever play that motherfucking Tom Brady was gonna throw, right? Like, or whatever the running backs are gonna do. Actually bad analogy because Bill Belichick used to do the defense shit. But regardless, what I'm saying is that we're kind of hiring a puppet, right? Like, if you get Kamala Harris back in, that's like almost saying, I'm kind of cool with what's been happening in the last 4 years, and maybe you are. I'm cool with what's been happening in the last 4 years, and I think if Trump get in, Trump's gonna fuck it up. Let me just keep Kamala, because that's kind of like a representative of what Biden kind of been doing. All right, bet, cool. If you get Trump in, it's almost like, it's like this fictional, like, half of the shit that Trump is saying ain't gonna get done. Right? Nigga said he was gonna build a wall. Nigga ran into all type of shit. Nigga said he was gonna deport all type of people. Ran to all. When he was president, we seen how it went. So, like, a lot of it was like you elected a leader you felt confident in, but did they do half of the shit they said? And even half of the shit they said, did it really matter to your life? Cap, no.
Statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like We're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC.
Points. I don't think we heard a lot of policy and plans on.
Oh, my bad. I'm dumb as shit, huh? Oh, all right. Then I was giving my little recap real quick. I was saying this, man. If I had to score this debate, the debate, I primarily would say that 100% Kamala did an amazing job compared to what Biden could have done. And I think she's going to come off looking better than Trump. Why? She possesses something that we all fell in love with Barack Hussein Obama, right? And when Barack started giving these magical speeches, it wasn't necessarily about what policy. It was about someone who sounded and had the frame of someone who was going to be the person to bring the country together. Yes, he might have been a Democrat, but he was speaking in a way that was a united front, and he was speaking for people who weren't in positions of power. Kamala isn't exactly that, but I do think she spoke in a tone of voice that would make someone who's an average person feel like, oh, with all the bullshit happening, she's trying to bring us together. Now, here's the thing. This whole debate wasn't about policies. And I think that's where Trump kind of slacked a bit, because he should have tried to hammer that home to show the ineffectiveness of the Biden administration, which Kamala is a part of. I don't think he necessarily did that the best, even though he did some of the things he normally does well. Ad hominem attacks. I think he gave his talking points, whether it's about the border, whether it's about some of the ineffectiveness on a global scale by them. But a lot of it, again, I think when you're doing these debates, you're trying to appeal to the regular person. I don't even think you got to talk policies. I think people will probably prefer how Kamala seemingly was talking about bringing people together, sticking together, and sticking this out. And unfortunately, I think that'll play better. And I think Trump lacked a little bit where you got to come with some policies because they're the sitting president. You're now the incumbent, even though you were president before. Anyway, let me go back to the experts.
Especially the ones that he has an edge on Harris, economy and immigration.
I mean, you want to get under Donald Trump's skin, you question the people at his rallies. And that was something else. Martha, you have?
I have with us right now Governor Tim Walz, of course, the Democratic vice presidential candidate. Welcome, Governor Walz. How are you feeling? What's your reaction to the debate tonight?
Martha, I'm feeling great because what I knew, and I think so many knew, and now many Americans know, is you saw a president for all America in Kamala Harris. You saw the confidence, you saw the vision, you saw the poise, and you saw the compassion for people, understanding she spoke about an economy that moves us forward, moves all of us forward, lets everybody be a part of it. And she continued to lay that out, whether it's reproductive freedom or how we start small businesses or making home ownership easier. And on the other side, you saw a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump, angry, unhinged, and as you've been discussing, talking about things that are deeply concerning because they make no impact on the American public. He shouldn't be anywhere near the White House. And I have to tell you, if it weren't so dangerous, it reminds you of an old man yelling at the clouds. That was his thing. Get off my yard. That's what he did all night. Contrast that with the voice of Harris laying out the question for everyone that matters. So I think whole country can see what happened tonight. We'll keep pushing forward. That's the way that the country wants to see our politics be. She laid it out clearly. Donald Trump brought nothing tonight. Anger, resentment.
Governor Walz, I do want to ask you, she did not answer questions on abortion restriction. She never really answered that question. Can you clear that up where the Harris-Walz ticket stands on that?
Certainly, and you couldn't get any different than this. The reinstitution of Roe versus Wade, what was the law of the land for 52 years. You saw this in there, and him pushing back to the states, she's exactly right. It's people like Amanda in Texas, which everybody saw on the stage in Chicago, nearly bleeding out, having sepsis twice because she can't get the care. She's been absolutely clear on this. Everything Donald Trump said, that is untrue. The clarity of this is Roe. When you have Roe, you have the protections in place where women make their own decisions with their health care providers, not Donald Trump.
Okay, thanks so very much for joining us, Governor Walz. John?
And we have the other side of the ticket. We have Senator J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's running mate, joining us now. Senator Vance, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
So I want to get to one part in the debate where you came up. Donald Trump was asked if he would veto a national abortion ban. He didn't answer the question, suggested, I guess, that he wouldn't. And then it was pointed out that you, in fact, said not that long ago that he would veto a national abortion ban. Can you explain the mix-up here?
Well, I think the president's been very clear that he doesn't want a national abortion ban. I think in some ways he finds the question a little bit ridiculous because why are we asking him about legislation that's never going to actually happen and why he would veto it or not veto it when he says very explicitly that he doesn't support a national abortion ban and he wants these policies to be made by the states. But I think there's a deeper and more important issue here in this debate, which is that you had Kamala Harris effectively echoing platitude after platitude after platitude. The American people can't pay their grocery bills on platitudes. They can't put their kids in a house on platitudes. And Kamala Harris had a lot to say, but very little actual substance behind it for how she's going to lower grocery prices, secure the border, and make housing more affordable in this country. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She can't run on her record, and she apparently can't run on much of her plans either because it's just a lot of slogans and not a whole lot of substance.
But Senator Vance, why won't he just say that he would veto the national abortion ban? And by the way, had you spoken to him about it before you were put in a position to answer that question?
No, I hadn't spoken to him about it because, again, Donald Trump thinks the question is absurd because he doesn't support a national abortion ban, and he's been explicit about it. And, John, I think that it's so preposterous for the media to focus so much on an issue where Donald Trump has been crystal clear and not on the fact that people can't afford groceries and housing because of Kamala Harris's policies. This election is actually quite simple, and Kamala Harris and apparently the media would like to distract Americans on issues, by the way, that Donald Trump's been crystal clear about, but they're not talking nearly enough. This debate didn't talk nearly enough about the fact that Americans are struggling because they can't afford groceries, they can't afford housing, and a lot of their kids are dying of fentanyl overdoses because Kamala Harris has let the Mexican drug cartels take over the southern border. This is a disgrace,
Senator,
what's going on in our country, John, and we could do so much better if we just had better leadership. We've got the best workers, the most beautiful country, the best natural resources, but Kamala Harris's leadership is squandering the great benefits of this country. It's why we've got to get back to Donald Trump's leadership.
Senator, by the way, I asked because he hadn't been crystal clear and he said something different than what you said. That's why I was seeking clarification. But let me ask you about this for just very quickly.
Whoa, sorry. All right, Chad, I'm going to start YouTube up for a second. We're probably going to do like maybe an hour and a half of just regular topics. Yeah, this was just a watch party. I'm going to still get to a few topics that don't have to do with politics. Again, it's interesting even speaking about politics, whether it's my opinion or what I believe is actual, some type of knowledge, because it's a very divisive topic, right? Like, if you really are passionate about supporting Kamala or you're really passionate about supporting Trump, you're probably going to reject any opinion that doesn't align with what you're thinking already is. Again, this is like one of those sensitive things. They say don't talk about religion or politics. Anyway, what do you guys think about the whole thing? I'll play a little bit more of it, but I'm getting YouTube on for a second.
Do we want to give her a promotion? I think the answer has to be no, John.
All right, Senator Vance, thank you for joining us. Mary.
One thing both sides can agree on, this was a consequential night in this race. More reaction when we come back. Stay with us.
Okay. Welcome to YouTube. Hey, by the way, I wanted to, we could kind of touch back on the Trump thing in a bit, but I did want to initially and follow up with some of the stuff that we were talking about yesterday. I seen a lot of people, and I know a lot of y'all are chat niggas, but I'm gonna call y'all Kendrick fans. I seen y'all trying to do the mental gymnastics. I seen people sending articles. They say, yo, you was wilding last night. Yo, you was just trying to hate on Jay-Z because you love Drake. And they actually doubted some of the things I said, even though, they sent in a couple articles. So I'm here to correct this. And for all y'all people who doubted me, I just want y'all to react to this. And this is an article written by David Dennis Jr. But what's important, by the way, this is talking about Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime show. And the title is bigger than his victory over Drake. But what's more important, if you go to this article and you go down, you're going to see something very important. And it actually contradicts everything I've seen people say on social media. So I just want everybody who has said the opposite to now acknowledge this and then come back with your opinions about it. So what's very important, and give me 1 second. This is into the Rich Homie Quan stuff at this point. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. So yesterday, and people sent in some hefty donations saying, why are we blaming Jay-Z? There's a committee. That's what y'all told me. There's a committee that decides on this, and basically New Orleans picked Kendrick. Now, that didn't sound right to me. Like, I get it that Kendrick is the hip-hop Jesus, but why on earth would New Orleans pick Kendrick Lamar over Lil Wayne? Okay? Now, y'all sent me an article, which I told y'all, I think this is before Roc Nation took over and affecting or consulting or deciding who performs for the Super Bowl. Y'all said, nah, no, it's not. Cool. Well, now we have another article. So y'all explain this. So let's read this particular part. It says, for his part, Lil Wayne has been adamant in his desire to do the show. He says, I will not lie to you. I have not got a call or nothing. He told YG on his 400 podcast back in February. So we're praying. We're keeping our fingers crossed. I'm working hard. I just want to make it hard for them not to holler at the boy. Yet Rock Nation NFL went with Kendrick Lamar, which has led many in social media to debate who deserved the slot more. Fellow New Orleans legend Master P chimed in, leaving a comment on Instagram in defense of Lil Wayne's position as an ambassador for entertainment in the city of New Orleans. I have to agree with the fans that Lil Wayne should have been a part of the celebration as well. Much, and this is where all y'all, and I want all y'all who was like, act your loin, there's a committee, y'all gonna have to respond to this. Much of the confusion rests on whose decision this ultimately was, as people are placing the onus on a combination of Rock Nation, the NFL, and the city of New Orleans. Jay Cicero, okay, the president and CEO of New Orleans Sports Foundation and a Super Bowl 59 host committee member, offered some clarity in an email to Anscape. It is the NFL's decision alone for all entertainment for the Super Bowl. We found out about it the same time everybody did this past weekend. So for all the people who claimed that it wasn't Jay-Z that influenced this, it wasn't Rock Nation nor the NFL, but it was actually some good old people on some random committee in New Orleans. Well, this is a guy who's actually a Super Bowl 59 host committee member, and he's also the CEO of the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation. I think he would know if there was a committee of New Orleans, like in New Orleans, that voted to pick Kendrick. He says it's only the NFL that made the decision. So what the fuck y'all got to say now? It's clear. Listen, I don't care what you want to say. This decision was heavily influenced or entirely made by Jay-Z and Rock Nation. Trust and believe. If you think otherwise, you're fooling yourself. Now, I do see people doing other mental gymnastics to say, well, if it wasn't for Jay, there wouldn't be hip-hop at all. So y'all should be happy. Okay, if that's your stance, cool. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to just try to act like this is some random committee-based, this is like the Grammys. No. The NFL and we really think it's Rock Nation and Jay-Z made the decision to offer the Super Bowl headlining position to Kendrick Lamar in New Orleans. So for everybody who said New Orleans has some type of committee or panel that votes, we're getting the clarity here. This is from a host committee member and the CEO of Greater New Orleans of the Greater New Orleans Sport Foundation. They're saying it's only the NFL. Okay? Hopefully that gives a little bit of clarity. The point is, we ain't say all that shit about Jay-Z for no reason. Nigga's a hater. That's what it is. Nigga's a fucking hater. Now, I also seen on social media Mealy Mall. Trust me, every time this nigga pop up, I grip my teeth, but I'm like, damn, these motherfuckers still trying to, thought I buried these bums. Anyway, Mealy Mall says Drake turned down, I gotta see this. Mealy Mall came out to say Drake has turned down multiple offers previously to perform at the Super Bowl. Here we go.
That's family? Or are you on the other side with OVO and boycotting? Like turning off the TV when halftime comes?
No, it's the reason why, because again, Kendrick is one of the ones that eventually would have had a halftime. So now, the sticky part about all of this is Drake has been offered this Super Bowl show for some years now and has turned it down. Probably 4 years he's been offered to perform at Super Bowl. Said no for whatever reason. Whatever reason, he just didn't.
Did he tell you that, or is that like a known thing?
I didn't know that.
I've never heard that either.
What? That who?
Drake.
Oh, yeah.
Said no.
Well, he has. Drake has turned down the Super Bowl a few years.
Why do you think he's turned it down? Because that's really
I don't
interesting
know.
to me.
I don't know why he would turn it down. I mean, you know, that's up to the artist, you know, their discretion. Maybe I'm on the road right now. I don't want to, like, you know, whatever reason.
Want to be able to give it the proper
whatever
time?
reason it may be. It may be a conflict. When you talk about artists that are that big, it could be a conflict of interest somewhere.
I have no. Hey, listen. From my understanding, Mealy Mall does talk to Drake. I'm hoping this is true. Drake never told me that. By the way, to keep it real, last year after the Super Bowl, I hit Drake. I said, Drake, bro, if you've done everything, next year you got to take this shit over. He didn't really say shit. So, I mean, if he was offered this 4 years in a row and he turned it down, that would probably be the time he would be like, what do you mean? I keep turning it down. He ain't say shit. But maybe he did. I don't know. So, I guess we got to go on Mealy Mall's word. If that's the case, brother, and I hope y'all Drake fans don't think that, because I know y'all try to twist everything, be like, yo, what Axe is going to say is because he's upset that maybe Drake told Mealy Mall. No, I think that's terrible. Like, what? Bruv. Yo, I'm still going off the same shit I've said about Drake recently. Like, bruv, look at Kendrick getting a headline spot, all the stir it's gotten. Why the fuck would you turn down the Super Bowl? Like, I just don't get it. Like, if this is true that Drake has turned down the Super Bowl multiple times, that is just baffling to me. Unless maybe that's just a sign of arrogance that maybe you thought you were bigger than the Super Bowl look, which I can't believe that's the case because you literally got a song that says big as the Super Bowl. And here's the thing about the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl has gotten people like Rihanna, who don't make music really anymore, has gotten her to fucking get up on a stage and perform in front of the whole world. If Drake has turned it down multiple times for years, that just gives new type of, bro, I don't know, bro. Bro, I don't know, my nigga. Like, if he's turned this down for years, what it's told me, like, just really, and this is a real moment, if Drake has turned this shit down for years, I'm like so flabbergasted. I'm like, no wonder you got Kendrick Lamar like fucking crossing you up like AI crossing up Mike. My nigga, these are things you should have done. If you have done the Super Bowl 2 or 3 times and Kendrick gets his first time doing the Super Bowl, dissing you, bro, you look even bigger. It's the fact that you've never done the Super Bowl. This nigga is doing it for the second time and headlining it and probably going to perform with this song to you. So that's just confusing to me. But again, I've had just personal critiques of how Drake is the hottest artist and how he's just carried that. It's always like, all right, cool, I'm the hottest. I know I'm the hottest. Y'all know I'm the hottest. But it's never the looks, right? It's like, bro, you should be performing at the Super Bowl. Bro, you should be doing all the amazing things that a lot of times we see Taylor Swift do. Like, that's your level. Like, your level isn't competing with all due respect, and it's my man's 21 Savage, right? Like, you gotta act your wage. You gotta also play in the arena that you're supposed to be in. So, I don't know. Like, I like, it's like baffling for me. Like again, I think Mealy Mall said it to be like a flex, and I guess it is, but I don't think it's a flex. Yo, I turned the Super Bowl down like mad times. Well, my nigga, the reason why you're talking about the Super Bowl or you're forced to have to respond to the Super Bowl is because this nigga over here finally got the Super Bowl and it's the biggest thing. Like, I don't get why you would turn the Super Bowl down. I don't know. Somebody says, okay, so, and okay, now I'll address this, right? Because I've seen this to be like the new narrative. And Okay, so supposedly the World Cup, right, which is the biggest sporting event, the World Cup, is going to be in Toronto. It's going to be in Toronto for 2026, and apparently Drake is going to be he's one of the ambassadors. He did an interview with somebody, and they're talking about it. Now, granted, let's look at Super Bowl 2023 ratings. It got over 113 million people watching. Let's look at the World Cup. World Cup Finals viewership. They claimed 1.5 billion. So essentially the World Cup final, right? The World Cup final is watched by literally 10 times the amount of people as the Super Bowl. And the Super Bowl is watched 10 times. Think about this. Think about tens. You got the NBA Finals. One game of the Super Bowl is watched 10 times more than the NBA Finals. Then you have the World Cup that's watched 10 times, the World Cup Finals, watched 10 times more than the Super Bowl. So this is the biggest event. Apparently it's going to be in Toronto and Vancouver. And pretty much Drake is going to be a part of it. And I got to say now, before I even play this, Drake, you'd be fucking stupid if you don't perform at this. I can't understand this too cool for school shit. I get the whole I don't want to be at the Grammys thing because the Grammys been playing you and giving the awards to all the niggas who don't use deodorant and who's on some we gonna be all right shit. I get that. I get after a while saying fuck the Grammys. But these other looks, I have zero idea why the biggest rapper is not doing it. Okay, cool. You turned down the Super Bowl a couple times. All right, but didn't Drake host the SP? I don't know, bro. Anyway, this is him talking about the World Cup, which I hope if he gets a chance to perform here in some type. So that's a good thing. And I guess this is probably we're 2 years out. I hope Drake, brother, you gotta, part of being the biggest is doing the biggest, right? You gotta have those biggest moments, right? And Super Bowl is big. Obviously, the World Cup also is bigger. As far as turning down multiple years of offers from the Super Bowl, I do have questions about that. Here's the questions I have. Well, did he turn down a headlining set at the Super Bowl? Because let me go back to what Mealy Mall said.
That's family? Or are you on the other side with OVO and boycotting? Turning off the TV when halftime comes?
No, it's the reason why, because again, Kendrick is one of the ones that eventually would have had a halftime. So now, the sticky part about all of this is Drake has been offered this Super Bowl show for some years now and has turned it down. Probably 4 years he's been offered.
Okay. Now, you know why this is interesting? Super Bowl halftime show performers. It's interesting because if what Mealy Mall is saying, it would probably, if it's 4 years now, it would probably kind of debunk what everybody's saying about Jay-Z. Because essentially, Jay-Z has controlled this shit since 2020 or 2021. So 4 years ago, Jay-Z started managing or picking who performs. So if he's been asking Drake every year and Drake has turned it down, how much of a hater could Jay be? Right? How much of a hater could he really be? And then I'm also wondering, if he was he offered a headlining spot, right? Because for example, 50 Cent was seen, and the way 50 popped out, he was a guest, right? 50 was a guest in 2022. I'm also trying to think which one of these would 50 be able to replace. I ain't gonna lie to you. 2020 or 2020? Yeah, 2020. I could see Rock Nation giving this Shakira and J-Lo, even though I think this was in Miami, right? Well, actually, Shakira and J-Lo It's in Miami. A lot of Hispanics. They bring out Bad Bunny. I could still see Drake coming out of this one though. Still, right? 2021, they give it to The Weeknd. I could see, obviously The Weeknd and Drake's relationship been, iffy. I could see Drake being a guest here, but I'm wondering if they would have offered the headliner to Drake. That would be interesting. Over The Weeknd. 2022, they gave it to Dr. Dre and Friends, which includes Snoop, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, Kendrick, 50. Would they have just given that to Drake, or maybe Drake could be like brought out by, I don't know. I can't even see him in this mix, low key, honestly. There's no lineage that he's tied to with this group, but whatever. Would he have gotten it for 2023 instead of Rihanna? Would that be the look? Yo, let's give Drake the look instead of Rihanna. And then obviously last year was Usher. I don't know. I almost feel like there were probably offers, but maybe not offers to headline, unless we're talking about him knocking out The Weeknd, or maybe it's a Weeknd and Drake show, right? Like a Weeknd and Drake show. Or he was going to take over the 2020 show, which I think that's when CLB is about to drop. Scorpion was like one of the biggest things in the world in 2018, 2019. I don't know. But to me, I'm a little confused. I'm confused why Drake would turn it down. Like, why? I don't get it. Shit, like, I genuinely just don't get it. Like, what? Why would you turn it down?
I didn't know. Perform at Super Bowl, said no for whatever reason. Whatever reason, he just didn't.
Did he tell you that, or is that like a known thing?
I didn't know that.
I've never heard that either.
What? The who?
Drake.
Oh, yeah.
Said no.
Well, he has. Drake has turned down the Super Bowl a few years.
Why do you think he's turned it down? Because that's really.
You think I should just ask him what you say?
I don't know. I don't know why he would turn it down. I mean,
the reason why I don't ask him shit like this is just like, yo, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I think whatever he's gonna tell me, not that he's gonna lie or anything like that, bro, this is just such a multifaceted subject. Bro, he got to talk about that, not me, right? Because, like, I'm pretty sure he did talk to Mealy Ball, but it's like, now we're sitting back thinking, wait, why the fuck did you turn it down? Like, we have more questions than answers, right?
So that's up to the artist, their discretion. Maybe I'm on the road right now. Ones that eventually would have had a halftime. So now, said no for whatever reason. Down.
Hold on.
Kendrick is one of the ones that
There's another one.
One of the ones that
Spoken to him since the announcement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Spoke briefly.
About the Super Bowl, or you guys were just like talking about week one?
No, the Super Bowl.
Week one
of the NFL.
No, man.
Week one.
No, it was about the announcement. It was just regular shit. Laughed and he gave me his thoughts on how he felt about it and what he thought was going on. But it was
Is that something you can share on mic?
What he said?
Yeah.
No, I would never do.
Okay.
That. But he's not.
I figured I'd try.
Yeah, no.
I kind of knew the answer.
It's just
you, Rory.
Yeah.
A lot of it is just laughing, man. It's just like like word, like this is what y'all want to see. Like,
yeah,
okay, all right,
we do.
Obviously, people don't. Like, the whole internet is upset about it. The sticky part about all of this is,
yeah, a slight criticism of Drake. Yo, Drake, it's these moves that make what Kendrick did in that battle seem to never end. Like, again, I'm just going back to a rudimentary, like, lightweight criticism of Drake. That's still a GOAT. But yes, Drake, Kendrick following up his diss song with the Pop Out, a video and the Super Bowl makes the moment look way bigger than what it is. And that's kind of what you're missing a lot from how you're moving, right? Like, again, I've always said Kendrick's great at making these moments, but these moments almost help dictate the culture and the narrative. I wish Drake could take a little page from his book. Like one page, just that page. Because I'm telling you, when I watched last year, I was just like, and I remember hearing the whole New Orleans thing. I was like, Drake and Wayne got to do the next Super Bowl. I remember hitting him. I said, you got to do Super Bowl. Like, Drake, imagine a Super Bowl, Drake and Wayne. Or Drake, Wayne, and Nicki. Bro, it's over. It's over. Matter of fact, that would have been such a dope move. That would have been the move to get people off of this constant obsession with, Kendrick's gonna perform A minor. These moments that Kendrick are having, half of it is created by strategy, being shrewd, and setting up these things that culturally you can't turn away from. That's just true. You get what I'm saying? Somebody said read the Rolling Stones article. What Rolling Stones article? Oh, like why the fuck did you go immediately on Diddy? So, I don't know. I kind of had mixed feelings about hearing that Drake turned it down, right? It's like, dog, why are we turning down Super Bowls? Like, it doesn't have to be this year. It's just like, bro, if Drake did the Super Bowl in 2020, it would have been amazing. 2021, any of those years. Like, I don't get why he turned it down. I don't get it. Like, that's the confusing part of it all, right? It's like, whatever. Anyway. What am I looking at on Rolling Stone? Am I looking at something Kendrick related? Oh. Is it this? Jay-Z explains? No. What am I looking at on Rolling Stone, people? Huh? Somebody said Drake ain't doing no free concert. Bro, it's the biggest concert in the world. Or at least our world. What do you mean he's not doing a free concert? Bro, it's the Super Bowl. Bro, you realize that Kendrick hasn't dropped music since May, and we're talking about the nigga off of headlines. This announcement's about to go into a whole week. He's locked a whole week down in conversation with a headline of a performance. What do you mean? Like, bro, come on. This is clearly a big deal. Yeah, I'm a little confused. Anyway, we will see. We will see. Okay. What am I looking at on Rolling Stone? I said go here, but I don't know what you want me to look at. Again, if Drake turned down 4 Super Bowls, it's kind of piggybacking off what I said before, man. Like, but that sounded lazy, bro. Like, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. And I suggested this to Drake too, like years ago. I was just like, yo, Drake, you've done. I think I said this to him after Scorpion. This is after Scorpion. I said, bro, you've done everything you could do, bro. You know what you got to do next, right? The greats have done this. Eminem has done this. 50 has done this. Even T.I. has done this. The only thing you haven't done yet, Drake, your next album, you got to drop a movie at the same time. Be #1 in the fucking world with music and in the box office. Bro, you're an actor. Like, do that. I think he told me, he was like, yo, that's kind of played out. And I was like, all right, I guess. But still, I was like, bro, Like these are like it's like you gotta like I'm thinking, and again, I think Drake really when he says it, you gotta believe him. He's really just all about the music because I don't think he's like, oh, let me do these plays because that would be the play, right? Like, nigga, do a movie. Matter of fact, do like a biopic and do a album. Put it together. Partner with, I don't know, Sony Pictures. Like, even Jay-Z at that point of his career when he's such a legend, he partners with Samsung. You get 50 partner with Lions. Yeah, I can like it's like these bigger than music plays almost, right? Like I feel like Drake still does the same thing. Yo, album dropping Friday. I'll catch y'all on OVO Sound Radio. And it's like, it's still gonna be number one because he's the biggest. But like if you put like half an effort into it, like a little bit, right? More than like you gotta realize the rollout for Drake will be like, look at the album cover. Like this was your whole rollout. The whole rollout for the album, my nigga. The whole rollout for Fall the Dogs. Was look at my son's drawing. Like, yo, bruv, please, let's do some shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, and I know Drake fans gonna be a little bit tight to me because, I know he's constantly under attack now. And of course, I'm one of his biggest fans. And when someone's under attack, you don't want to pile on. But, it's just constructive criticism, right? Because we're talking about the GOAT. Forget Kendrick. I want Drake to take this out of the book of Kanye. Presentation. That's it. If there was a artistic approach to presentation and marketing, Drake's music would look so much more genius. He wouldn't just looked at as just a rapper. He would be seen as this genius guy. Yo, Kanye West don't write half of his raps. But when he's about to roll his shit out, he says, yo, I'm projecting a video on this side of this building, this here. He does the most creative. Yo, I'm shutting down the Mercedes-Benz Stadium and performing live. You're going to hear the album live with the performance before you hear it. Bro, that is so artistic that we just look at, like, despite him not writing his raps, we're like, this is fucking genius. This is why Kanye's GOAT. His presentation is top fucking tier. I think that's all I want Drake to do. Like, bruv, I'm glad your son paints really good pictures. I'm glad you found out the pregnant emojis. Bruv, could we get a movie? Could we get something that is like packaged with this that showcases that you're the biggest artist and you're on another level? Like even Taylor Swift is coming with like a whole fucking experience for her fans. Hey, here's the vinyl experience. Here's this experience. Here's this experience. Swifties, let's do this. Drake just drops some music and that's it. And perhaps it's very unfair because I do think a lot of criticisms of Drake is unfair. Maybe it's the niggas behind him, like Mr. Morgan. Get my brother. Like, what are you doing? Like how are we not seeing like these like really artistic approach and rollouts for these guys who are this guy who's like pretty much the greatest rapper? I don't know. All right, I don't know why somebody told me to go on here, but still, I hope Drake is this heavily involved in the whole World Cup thing, and it could turn into some, artistic kind of, output and also some music. So we still have hope. We still have hope, people. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Sorry, hold on. All right, so we do have Rich Homie Quan's death incident report. And this kind of tells us a lot, right? So this is the incident report about the death of Rich Homie Quan. What it tells us is the people that were involved in a sense of, people that were at this house. By the way, I don't want to dox him or whatever the case is, but, he lived in a big house. Apparently, not only his kids were there, not only his baby mama was there, but apparently his brother was there, okay? So his brother was there, and I think it's DeQuantes Lamar. I think, who's that? Is that his name? DeQuantes Lamar? Yeah, that's his name. But then there's somebody else. I don't know if it's Andre or Ferris. No, I don't think it's Ferris. I think it's Andre. I think that's his brother. Regardless, let me read this incident report. It's going to give a little bit of detail, right? It says on 9/5/2024 at approximately 11:29, and I guess this is in the morning, so 11:29 a.m., Officer Dorsal, Unit 2412, was dispatched to a call in regards to an injured person at the location of blah, blah, blah. He says, when I arrived, I made contact with Mrs. Amber Williams, who told me that at 6:45, which basically it's 5 hours before then, she woke up to bring the kids to school and noticed that her significant other was not in the bedroom. Miss Williams stated that she woke up and saw him asleep on the sofa. When she came back from dropping the kids off at school, she saw he was still sleeping. She then proceeded to the bedroom and fell asleep at approximately 11 hours, right? 1100 hours, which is 11 o'clock. She woke up to go check on him, and that was when she observed that his body was cold and called 911. The male was identified as Mr. DeQuantes Lamar with a birthday of whatever. While on scene, I did not observe any foul play. Mr. Lamar did not appear to be alert, conscious, or breathing. Miss Williams advised me that Mr. Lamar did not have any medical or underlying issues. Grady Bus 786 was on scene and transported him to the Grady Hospital, where he was pronounced deceased. I also spoke to Mr. Andre Munford, okay, which is the brother of the decedent. It says, who informed me that he woke up at approximately 3 a.m. and noticed that Mr. Lamar had fallen asleep on the floor near the kitchen counter. Mr. Mumford advised me that it was very unusual because he had food in his mouth. He lifted him up and put him on the sofa. I'm unable to get a statement from Mr. Ferris quick because he was in shock, but later was cooperative once homicide arrived on the scene. I stand with saying that I don't believe any foul play was involved with Rich Homie Quan's death. I do think it's an accidental overdose. And even though y'all going to say, oh, no, this person tried to kill him, this and third, I really think it's an accidental overdose. What I will say is that this still alarmed me. A few things. I think the brother's statement was very alarming. If you find your brother passed out with food in his mouth, like, you have to remember, we know people fall asleep. We know sometimes people be off drugs and maybe pass out. But if you find them unconscious, or you find them where you think they're sleeping and food is in their mouth, they couldn't even finish chewing the food, I would probably be like, yo, are you okay? Let me get you some water. What is going on? Not, oh, I'm going to just put you on the couch. I'm going to just put you on the couch to sleep. That would have been a red flag for me. Now, I don't believe this brother didn't care for Rich Homie Quan. I don't believe that this brother is nothing but a loving brother. So what this does tell me, and this is the only reasonable conclusion I could come to, is perhaps that this brother has seen Rich Homie Quan in many precarious positions due to his drug use, that we've played videos here before where people even verbally said to Rich Homie Quan, "You're a junkie." Now, granted, we as a population and the public and fans, we probably didn't see too much of the quote-unquote junkie behavior, but apparently people around him didn't know of his drug use. And if he did die of drug, it's very possible that maybe the drug use was rampant and was going on for months, if not years. So them finding him passed out, even though passed out with food in their mouth is a little bit unusual, they thought, oh no, he's just off that shit again. Let's just make sure he's, put him on the couch, make sure he's good. Again, there's no conversation about them checking vitals at that point. And allegedly, the young woman, which is the baby mom's, only checked his vitals when instructed by the police when she called 911. So essentially, I got to believe that his drug use was so normal that they felt, oh, he going to be all right, just put him back on the couch. That's also a problem if that was the case, right? Again, very sad. These are additional details that come in about Rich Homie Quan's passing. Obviously, the official toxicology report has not been concluded yet, even though they are saying that they have done all necessary things with the body. They're apparently releasing the body, or have released the body to the, so the medical examiner has released it to the morgue. The family is then going to plan a funeral, and they want to do a supposed extravagant funeral that is public, over the top, because they feel like Rich Homie Quan was a legend, and he was, and that the fans deserve to have their day of mourning with Quan as well. So he's going to have a public funeral. Don't know where the venue is going to be at, but apparently we're hearing from the medical examiner and the detectives that they have concluded all the autopsy and collected whatever samples they needed to run whatever test they will do later, which obviously is going to be a toxicology report. So we're going to hear an official cause of death or method of death based on what they find with that. But apparently they no longer need to keep the body. So they're going to release it to the father, and the father's going to go forward with a funeral. Again, I don't want to blame the brother, even though I did mention that didn't sound too normal. Grief is a hell of a thing, bro. And I don't want to add on to the stress the family is feeling by even remotely suggesting that his brother could have either saved his life or done something, because sometimes when you're overstricken with grief, you especially with a loved one, you start thinking about what you could have done, how you could have done something different, how you could have proceeded. So, I hope God helps that entire family. They're going through a very tough time. All right. Yeah. I am hearing that the GOAT, Taylor Swift, has issued an endorsement, and niggas is telling me the election is over, because big Taylor Swift, the most powerful woman in the Western Hemisphere, has now officially co-signed Kamala. She wrote, like many of you are watching the debate tonight, if you haven't already, now is a great time to do your research on the issues at hand and the stances these candidates take on the topics that matter to you the most. As a voter, I make sure to watch and read everything I can about their proposed policies and plans for this country. Recently, I was made aware of an AI of me falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run that was posted to his site. It really conjured up my fears around AI and the dangers. Oh my God, my God, bro. Taylor Swift always has some type of music business axe to grind no matter what she's talking about, bro. Obviously, she's a leader in that aspect, and she's done some good, for example, with streaming. But Taylor Swift is such a politician. She's like a robot, my nigga. No pun intended. Like, she's kind of introducing a point that's going to be the subject of a big fight between labels between publishers and between artists. So she starts talking politics and she starts talking about AI and her fears about it, because eventually she's going to tackle that in music. So recently I was made aware of AI, of me falsely endorsing Trump presidential run, posted to a site. It really conjured up my fears around AI and the dangers of spreading misinformation. It brought me to the conclusion that I need to be very transparent about my actual plans for this election as a voter. The simplest way to combat misinformation is with the truth. I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. I'm voting for Kamala because she fights for the rights and causes I believe I need a warrior to champion them. I think she's a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe we could accomplish so much more in this country if we are led by calm and not chaos. I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of a running mate, Tim Walz, who has been standing up for the LGBTQ plus rights, IVF, and a woman's rights to her own body for decades. I've done my own research and I've made my choice. Your research is all yours to do, and the choice is yours to make. I also want to say, especially for first-time voters, remember that in order to vote, you have to be registered. I also find it much easier to vote early. A link where you could register and find early voting dates and info in my story. With love, Taylor Swift, Childless Cat Lady. God damn, fucking Taylor Swift, man. Yo, when Taylor Swift speaks, nigga, she's like the president. She didn't put the link in her bio yet. She about to crash whatever site, nigga. Holy shit. All right, well, there you have it, people. Taylor Swift, the most powerful musician and one of the most powerful people. I would say her influence at this point would be tantamount to Jay-Z, Beyonce, Kim K. Not that Kim K is like whatever, but still, she's operating in this sphere recently. And I would think everybody combined, for whatever reason, Taylor's popularity is just, it's King Taylor, bro. If Kamala wins this election, it's because of Taylor Swift. And I know that might sound like ignorant, but like, come on. If you know, you know, bro. If you know, you know. All right. Shout out to her. Couple other things that's going on. Let me see. Did I play what Juvie said? I think I'm gonna play that before. Big news that came down. A Michigan inmate has won a $100 million judgment against Sean Diddy Combs for sexual assault. Now, hold your horses. This is completely clickbait, and of course, every media outlet, shit, even us, we ran it because it's factual, but there's a big caveat. The way this guy won this judgment is not because a jury of his peers or a judge, listen to the case and say, hey, we believe the merits lie with the facts or the allegations that you're making. For whatever reason, Diddy did not respond to this, okay? So the story goes, a Michigan inmate known for his long history of challenging the judicial system with civil lawsuits has been awarded a $100 million default judgment against an embattled entertainment mogul as Sean Diddy Combs. The award was issued on Monday by Lenawee County Circuit Court Judge Anna Marie Anazone following a temporary restraining order granted to Derek Lee Cardello Smith against Combs in August. Combs, who's become the target of multiple lawsuits and criminal investigations in 2024, allegedly drugged and sexually assaulted Cardello Smith in 1997 at a party in Detroit, according to court records. He crossed paths with Combs while he was working in Detroit, in a Detroit restaurant and in the hospitality business, and he's a self-taught student of civil and criminal statutes, and he is serving an unrelated sentence at the Ernest C. Brooks Correctional Facility in Muskegon Heights. So essentially, you have a inmate who learned law because he got all the time in the world, and now he's filing and firing off civil suits against all type of people. One of the people happened to be Diddy. His lawyers didn't respond. The request for the judgment was $100 million, and because Diddy didn't respond, the court has agreed with the person that made the complaint, right? Even though it's a civil complaint. Says Cardello says he goes way back with Combs. He told a bunch of times, and he provided prison facility information revealing that Combs' name was logged in the visitation records, and said that Combs, the Bad Boy Records CEO, offered him $2.3 million to dismiss the lawsuit. Now, I think that's cap, but he's putting that in a affidavit and a filing, which I hope there's some proof, because lying in court is crazy. So they're saying that he says Diddy pulled up on him in jail, offered him $2.3 million to dismiss the lawsuit, but he turned it down. This August 7th order was to establish to prevent Diddy from selling assets that could be potentially used to compensate Cardello Smith for possible damages. He's one of the mountain number of recent plaintiffs against Combs, alleging violence or sexual assault. In August hearing, Cardello Smith told the court that he and Combs directly discussed the lawsuit. He says Diddy told him, you know how we get down. And basically, it was a response to his threat to proceed with action instead of accepting an out-of-court settlement. This is all cap. This is some type of this is a bored inmate, and this just shows you how the legal system could be abused and misused, especially on a civil level. Well, you have a guy who learns how to file lawsuits because he's probably in a law library in prison. So he learns the tricks of the trade that he could pretty much represent himself through at least the complaint stage. And he files a lawsuit against Diddy. And yes, some people pick it up because they're picking up all type of cases about him. So some media people pick it up. And then now, somehow, they satisfied the whole we served him shit. And because he didn't respond, they got a judgment, which is a default judgment. Now, let me tell you how this works. Not because he gets a default judgment means he gets money directly. However, let's say Diddy had to pay $100 million. It's up to Diddy. There's no time you have to pay it necessarily. And there kind of is, but if you go over it or you didn't pay yet, as long as you intend to pay, what could they really do to you? Especially if you then come back and say you're insolvent or you're indigent, so you don't have the money to pay it. So again, Diddy has a lot of leeway in terms of not only challenging the lawsuit, because now he'd be saying, hey, I didn't know about the lawsuit. We're ready to challenge it now. So they would vacate that judgment for $100 million. I think that's what's probably going to happen. And then they got to see if this guy has a case. Now, this guy is saying that he got touched. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, bro, I hate to judge a book by its cover, but you a grown-ass man. You saying that Diddy fondled you, bro? That's what you're trying to tell me? Diddy fondled your balls or some shit? Get out of here. So this $100 million settlement will probably be reversed when Diddy lawyers gets on him. But that's the thing that happens with default judgment if you don't pay attention. And by the way, that did happen to the game with a situation similar for $7 million. Anyway, Law and Crimes. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It talks about Diddy. It gives a little bit more detail about Diddy and what's been going on with him. Listen,
what I just want to say is,
here's actual footage from the court hearing with the guy who's suing Diddy. Let me make this a little bit smaller. Sorry, John.
One meeting, and then a financial advisor on the other meeting on Mr. Combs' behalf. And he stated that he would make me an offer to end the case and what happened to me because of other things that he stated he has going on in his life that require his money right now, and he wants to sell everything off. And he made me a financial offer of $2.3 million. to allow what happened to me to go away. And he stated that he's going to be selling his property. And under the 2005 California Civil Code 2881
This is an inmate, but he clearly knows the statutes, the statutes that he needs to quote to basically speak in legalese that could probably impress a judge, and for the judge to say, you know what, hey, we're cool with you not having a representative, and also you could speak for yourself in court.
2885, the creation of liens, which allows out-of-state justices and orders to cause a stop of any title transfer, property transfers in Los Angeles or any other place that he has property. He stated that he wouldn't be able to proceed with that sale. And he did it the day after I served him the suit. And he also said that he won't be filing an answer to the complaint. He said, you can find me in default or whatever. He has a better chance with default than he would with having a restraining order stopped. And I said, so you want to hide you want to hide your money and stop from being quite possibly paid to me if I'm given the benefit of a judgment in my favor for what you've done to me. And he pretty much said, yeah. He says, you know how we get down. And I said, okay, well, I disagree with how you get down. Your sale shouldn't go through.
So I'm gonna hold on.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Cadello Smith. Okay, so you went in a different direction than I thought you were going into. I thought we were just going to focus. No.
We are.
You kind of went off on a different direction than what your actual motion was.
Yeah.
So what I just want to say is settlement negotiations.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
In this case, they're probably better not. Yeah, they're not to be placed on the record today. Okay.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. You're not an attorney. I understand that. So if we can just backtrack and focus just on your motion.
I get what you want.
Okay, thank you.
The motion stems from Combs listing his Los Angeles mansion, the same home raided by the feds in March. According to Cardello Smith, he wanted to prevent the sale of the mansion because it would deprive him of any monetary judgment if the civil matter went to a jury trial.
If he's allowed to sell his property that he has in LA and the properties that are in his name being used and held by other people in Michigan, then it will cause me harm because I can be tied directly to those properties through loans and through other areas of investment that I did when I was out there and while in prison through money that I've sent. And if he's allowed to go through with any of the sales, I won't be able to recoup any of my monies or anything from him as a result of any possible judgment in this action, if he's allowed to proceed with it. And an injunction or a restraining order would help ensure that he's not manipulating and selling the property to avoid this.
Yeah, so he's trying to get like an injunctive, well, still restraining order, but basically prevent Diddy from selling off the crib because that's $61 million potentially. That would be cash that could pay off this guy as a civil, damage, if he wins the case. Obviously, Diddy didn't respond to it, and again, you're gonna hear how the judge kind of comes to the decision of saying, I'm just gonna grant you the $100 million, bro.
His responsibility in these matters here. That's what a temporary restraining order would do. It would prevent that from happening. Because it's a very serious matter. It involves a lot of money, and him selling this would help him avoid his liability for these actions done upon me. And I was just hoping that I'd be able to get the restraining order to prevent that. There won't be any harm to him, any of the parties. There won't be any harm to him in any way. And if it's deemed that it's not justified, then he can go ahead and go through with the sale at the end of the case. But one has to be put in place to stop this from happening.
The judge then stepped off the bench for a few moments to review Cardello Smith's documents. When she returned, she granted the temporary restraining order.
So, thank you, sir. Is there anything else you wish to add?
I First off, just thank you for giving me the hearing and thank you for setting a pretrial on this matter. Thank you, Your Honor. There were some other filings. There were some other filings that you should have gotten. I didn't know if that's one of the filings you could have been referring to.
So I received your complaint and all the attachments to it. And then I received this motion. And I just wanted to take a moment to review back through the U.S. District Civil Docket and your complaint. So I did do that. That's all. And
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
Everything that you're looking at, they're all tied in together. Every part, as crazy as this seems, as outrageous as it seems, it all ties in. Every bit of it, every facet.
Okay. All right. Well, I have a proof of service showing that Mr. Combs was served on July 6th of 2000 and let me see. Is that 24?
Yes, Your Honor.
Looks like it. 2024. Return receipt requested was provided. So there is proper service. Mr. Combs has neither appeared nor responded to this request. So I'm going to grant your motion for a preliminary injunction temporary restraining order and order that the defendant and their agents are hereby enjoined temporarily for a period of 90 days from the sale, transfer, or exchange, trade, or transaction of title or deed to the property listed as the address and placed on the market by defendants for the amount of $70 million. And this property and estate belonging to or connected to defendant Sean Combs shall cease and desist any and all trades, transactions, or otherwise stop the process.
What type of clown show is this? So technically, obviously, you know, I'm pretty sure if they interrupted Diddy selling the house, lawyers would go to the courts within California. I don't think this guy's in California. I think this guy's in where's the guy's at? He's in somewhere else. But regardless, they would go to another court in California and Diddy would just get that court to overrule this restraining order that the sale could go through. So I think Diddy could still sell this shit, but now Diddy got to spend more money and jump through more legal loopholes because this random guy, who I don't even know if Diddy knows him, got a fucking restraining order or like an injunctive order saying, injunction order saying that Diddy cannot sell his crib.
Any further actions on this property being continued, and this shall have an immediate effect. I'm going to date this August 7th of 2024. And I am going to sign this. And we are set for a pretrial date on Monday, September 9th of 2024 at 2:30 p.m. Is there anything else? Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you so much, Your Honor. First off, thank you very much, ma'am. The second thing is under the summons rules and the court rules of service, Mr. Combs, the defendant, had 28 days after he was served by mail, 21 if it's regular process service. His 28th day was the August 3rd, and there was no answer.
Yo, this is why you can't. This nigga has been in the law library learning all the fucking legal mumbo jumbo, and you could tell even the judge seems a little bit smitten. She's impressed by, oh, okay, oh, you served him at this time. He had this amount of time to respond, because the judge actually set a pre-trial date for pretty much today, right? So it would have been today or yesterday actually. And this guy is saying, we don't need that because they're currently actually in default according to the law.
Answer on the default, and I understand that I have to motion verbally or in writing, whichever one you prefer however you prefer, to have default judgment entered. And today is literally the 32nd day, I believe. And I'd like to either preserve the issue of default judgment or judgment in my favor based on failure to answer.
Okay.
Whichever Your Honor would like.
All right. Thank you. Typically, we require that. Ms. McGrain. Is
How
Ms.
would you spell
McGrain
her
in
name,
her
Your
office?
Honor?
Oh, no, I'm hold on. I'm talking to my judicial attorney. Typically, we require the motion for the affidavit and motion for default be filed. So Miss Adams, is Miss McGrain in her office?
She is not. I'm going to go find her right now, Judge.
Okay.
I know.
Hold
I
on.
read that rule. I read the rule, Your Honor. MCR 2.60.
Yeah, this is some like hillbilly county in motherfucking Michigan, bro.
3 governs that, and it said the party can do it in front of the trial court judge or by mail, whatever you want.
So, sir, the court rule that you're referring to, it's not a trial date, so I think I'm right. So you're gonna have to file the affidavit and request for default, okay?
Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
And obviously you'll be able to file that before a pretrial date anyway, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so the order was granted?
The order, your ex parte motion was granted, or your motion for a temporary restraining order was granted. I've signed it.
Look at his face.
So we'll get that.
This thing is bored as fucking jail, man. He's like, yo, he's like, if everybody claiming Diddy fucked him, Diddy fucked me too, pause. That's what he's saying.
That processed and back to you, and then you'll have to obviously serve that on the parties.
First, I want to bring on now a great guest to discuss this.
Okay.
Put forward against Mr. Combs.
All right. Anyway, Diddy's lawyers did respond to this. Diddy lawyer. He basically said that Diddy does not know this guy. And it says Diddy's never heard of him. And actually, in a statement, Diddy's attorney, Mark Agnifilo, strongly denies the claims, saying this man is a convicted felon and a sexual predator who's been sentenced on 14 counts of sexual assault and kidnapping over the last 26 years. His resume now includes committing fraud on the court from prison, as Mr. Combs has never heard of him, let alone been served with any lawsuit. Mr. Combs looks forward to having this judgment dismissed swiftly. So yeah, I'm pretty sure what they're going to do is they're going to probably have like a little hearing. He probably got some little boof-ass process server to sign some affidavit that they either gave Diddy some paperwork with the lawsuit, or maybe it was seen that like the court allowed him to just drop the paper on Diddy's property or whatever, and that's the serving. Regardless, the court process isn't to be abused by people trying to get quick paydays. So from what I'm hearing, Diddy's paying like $2 or $3 million a month to these lawyers. Yeah, y'all job is to get up in court on all these cases, especially this now, and get this judgment vacated, and also pretty much get the default judgment pretty much vacated, that they could actually go to court. Actually, not even gonna go to court. Motion for dismissal. You know what I mean? Yo, Diddy don't know you. Show us that Diddy knows you, or else you're wasting the court's time. Show us something in a complaint that could be some type of proof that you met him, you were around him, you hung out with him. If you don't got that, they're going to dismiss that shit. Okay? So I actually think this is a lot of nothing, but I'm actually surprised that this headline, which people only read the headline, was even allowed to be gotten, because Diddy's lawyers are getting paid a lot of money. How do you let any lawsuit sneak by y'all? What the fuck? Anyway.
And the
get dismissed altogether.
In terms of whether or not he'll actually see that money, there's going to be a question there. Like I said, that there are mechanisms that can be set in place so that he can receive that financial compensation.
He ain't seen that money, man. Fuck that. Okay, the next thing is that apparently Diddy 50 Cent's baby moms. 50 Cent's, what's 50 Cent's baby mom's name again? She's apparently, listen to this.
A federal grand jury issues a subpoena in the Sean Diddy Combs grand jury investigation, according to a new report. What does it mean for the federal investigation into the rap mogul? Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. For months, there's been a lot of smoke, but maybe not as much fire when it comes to talk about Sean Combs, the feds, a grand jury, sex trafficking, and possible federal charges. Grand juries, of course, are secret, and their work just isn't supposed to be out in the public. But often there are leaks, and that's happened at times in this case. I'll get to the latest leak, this one involving a hotel in Miami and one of Combs's exes in just a bit. The Department of Homeland Security raided Combs's homes in California and Florida back in March. That, of course, made international news. Before that, women and even one man filed a flurry of civil lawsuits against Combs, claiming Combs trafficked them, and those lawsuits have continued even after the raid. The first of those lawsuits came from Cassie Ventura nearly a year ago. She dated Combs for years. Cassie's claims were explosive and included claims that Combs forced Ventura to engage in sex acts with other people for Combs's own gratification, and that he also physically assaulted her for years. But Combs settled that suit the next day. That's practically unheard of. Now, while he may have settled the claims for an undisclosed amount of money the next day, he denied, Combs did, that he had ever harmed Cassie. But then in May of this year, CNN published a terrifying and horrific video of Combs chasing Ventura down a hotel hallway wearing only a towel. He could be seen throwing Ventura to the ground and kicking her, and he could no longer deny that he had abused her.
Recap. We're getting to new stuff.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was f***ed up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable.
Combs later wiped his Instagram clean, including that apology video, and he started posting again just recently. Last week, Combs filed a motion to dismiss another lawsuit filed by record producer Rodney Little Rod Jones. He claimed that Combs drugged and sexually assaulted him and forced him to hire sex workers and to participate in sex acts with those sex workers. Combs denies those allegations. His lawyer wrote, Mr. Jones's lawsuit is pure fiction, a shameless attempt to create media hype and extract a quick settlement. There was no RICO conspiracy, and Mr. Jones was not threatened, groomed, assaulted, or trafficked. We look forward to proving in a court of law that all of Mr. Jones's claims are made up and must be dismissed. Now, the suit filed by Little Rod is just one of nearly a dozen filed against Combs. Adult film actress Adria English filed a suit in July, on the same day that NBC News reported the grand jury was meeting to discuss evidence against Combs. I spoke with English's lawyer, Ariel Mitchell-Kidd.
So in the lawsuit, we pretty much spell out the details of the sex trafficking my client faced at the hands of Mr. Combs at his white parties. So she was essentially sought after due to her relationship with her boyfriend, who was interviewing, or I should say auditioning with Mr. Combs for his Sean John campaign. That's essentially how things came about. And initially she was just approached to be a go-go dancer. It was all very above board initially, and then eventually, with more time, it turned into being sex trafficked. She was sex trafficked in New York in the Hamptons and then in Miami. And these were all during Mr. Combs's white parties that he was throwing. So we essentially outlined the details of that sex trafficking in her lawsuit. And the reason she came forward now, as you know, a lot of people used to be terrified of Mr. Combs. He's blackballed several people, including my client and her then boyfriend, Mr. Gallo, from the industry. So as we all know, there's strength with numbers. So once Ms. Ventura came forward, my client had been looking for an attorney for some time prior to finding me to also file a lawsuit because she had been a victim as well.
Now TMZ is reporting that the grand jury has subpoenaed a hotel in Miami for records dating back to January 1st of 2008, and that one of Combs's exes, Daphne Joy, is also named in those documents. TMZ reports the subpoena was asking for check-in and check-out dates, room numbers, guest preferences and requests, billing information, email addresses, phone numbers, and forms of payment. So basically, everything you could think of that a hotel might have on file, the grand jury wants to see. Little Rod had also named Daphne Joy as someone Combs had paid to perform sex work in his lawsuit. Daphne Joy vehemently denied that allegation in an Instagram post, which has since been deleted. I reached out to Combs Global about this report, about the hotel in Miami, and the subpoena. So far, I haven't heard back. I want to take just a moment to tell you about a great lip plumper and sponsor of Crime Fix. It's called City Lip Plumping.
Now, our boy's about to come on here and explain it. So this is what I played all that for you to see. So this is my boy Bradford Cohen. You know, he was right on the money with the whole young boy shit. He's been on here to talk to us. One of the finest not entertainment, but criminal lawyers. But he's criminal lawyers for the stars. He's almost like, if you get in trouble, you want this guy. You pray you never get in trouble, but you get caught with a kilo of coke, dead body in the trunk. You just shot up your ops block. You got three switches. You need this guy right here. Trust and believe. You need him in the Rolodex. I guarantee you. Now, he might take everything you ever worked for, but this guy's worth his weight in gold. Trust me, okay? Him, Brian Steele. Is that my dog? Come here, Penny. Penny. What the fuck? How the hell she get down here? Oh, this is my baby girl. It's a baby girl. Come on. Come. Okay. All right. I'm shy. That's the little girl. Yo, she big as hell. This was the once. Look at her. Look at you. You beautiful girl. Oh. I do got some food for you. But just chill out. I'm working. Yeah, she's the smallest. She's the smallest. All right. Yeah, so he's worth his weight in gold. Yeah, him, Drew Finland, I believe, just got he's the one who worked on Youngboy's case, but Youngboy's getting 27 months. People thought Youngboy was going to get 10 years. You know, Brian Steele, he said he's going to defend Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, with every drop of blood he got. He's a guy too. You got to get Sado. Sado is the one that, gonna hit him up saying, yo, bro, I can't take this jail shit no more. They got big booty bitches out in the world. I want to go fuck a hoe. It's all right, say no more. I'm going to go get you a plea. They might call you a snitch for 2 months, but you'll be back on top of the world. Got him out of there. Let me see. Who's in New York? Like I be knowing all these lawyers. I'm thinking about super lawyers. Of course you have, I don't know if I'll put Kenneth Montgomery up there. Nah, Kenneth Montgomery and there's a lawyer that 50 uses in New York. That's badass, like fucking crazy. But yeah, anyway, I guess that was all a qualifier to say this guy knows what he's talking about. Let's hear him talk about this grand jury subpoena. Here we go.
Former federal prosecutor, so he knows the drill, and he's also represented a lot of high-profile people. So, Bradford, we have this news coming out about this subpoena to a Miami hotel involving Sean Combs and Daphne Joy. So, why is Daphne Joy being brought into this? We know she dated him at one point in time.
So my suspicion is that she probably is making some kind of allegations and or they're having her appear before the grand jury, or she already appeared before the grand jury and they're now subpoenaing records to back up whatever she said before the grand jury. So there's a kind of a couple different ways to go about it. Sometimes prosecutors will take testimony from a witness, and that testimony will then be corroborated later on from another witness with paperwork or with receipts. Or they interview that individual. She says or he says, hey, I was here on this date. This is what I did on this date. Then they subpoena that information. So when they put that individual in front of the grand jury, they then have the receipts to back up what that person is saying. So they could say, hey, we had dinner at, this restaurant on this date. And then the prosecutor would say, okay, is this what you had to eat? And show the receipt. Yes. Is that the receipt? Yes. Is that why you remember it? Yes. So those type of things are usually why they subpoena that information.
That's interesting you bring that up because Daphne Joy had put out something on Instagram a while back denying things that Little Rod said in his lawsuit, that she claiming that she was being paid by Sean Combs to do sex work. And then all of a sudden that Instagram post disappears. So it kind of makes sense, possibly, if she was brought in front of the grand jury, that she might delete that from her Instagram post or her Instagram page. Do you think that's part of the reason why she deleted that? And I guess 50 Cent, who is her, the father of her child, was kind of giving her some grief, saying things about her being a sex worker and things of that nature. We don't know if that's actually true, but it would make sense that she would delete that after denying it if she were brought in front of the grand jury.
So even though that's a simple thing, there's a lot to unpack there. So number one, someone makes a statement that says, hey, that never happened. Obviously, defense attorneys jump on that right away. So that statement is forever out there, in cyber world. And the defense attorney will have that in case there is a trial, in case there is some sort of motion that's going to be had. So that's the first part of that. The second part of that is, yes, if she was called in front of the grand jury and she gave testimony that's different than what she was posting, I would imagine she'd take those posts down because it would be kind of idiotic to keep that post up after she already testified in front of a grand jury. Number two is it could be that she was then subpoenaed after she made that statement, and just the subpoena alone was enough to scare her to take that down. Mm-hmm. Or number three, and this could be likely as well, she had a conversation with the prosecutor who's in charge of the case, and that prosecutor, after speaking with her, said, hey, listen, you probably want to take down anything that you have up that contradicts what you just told me, because that doesn't make any sense. So it could be a couple different reasons why she took it, or it could just be 50 Cent said, hey, get that down. There's a bunch of different reasons. More likely than not, it has something to do with the case and the grand jury.
Well, there's no love lost, we know, between 50 Cent and Sean Combs. I feel like we've been talking about this, about is he going to be indicted for months, because we have. His house was raided, or his homes, I should say, were raided back in March. So this has been going on forever and ever and ever that we've been discussing this. So, I know you were saying you thought it might happen in the summer possibly, and now maybe in September. We are in September now, in the very beginning of September. So obviously the grand jury is meeting. I mean, his own counsel has acknowledged that. So when are we going to possibly see some movement? We know these things can be painstaking and take a long time, especially if they are building a rather large case.
Yeah. So when I first heard about it, when I first heard about the raids, when I first heard about kind of what was going on, my feeling was this should be about 3 to 4 months of a grand jury meeting, and then they'll probably come up with an indictment. What I think has happened since is that investigation has unfolded to the point where I think they're going to include a lot of alleged criminal conduct that's not just having to do with the allegations of sex trafficking and things of that nature. And that is what makes it more difficult, and more evidence and more things that they have to get in order to get those indictments. So now that I'm looking at it, I don't think 6 to 8 months is obnoxious in terms of a grand jury meeting if you're covering a period of anywhere from 10 to 13 years, which I think that's what the indictment is going to cover. I think they're going to allege an ongoing, I don't know if they're going to do a RICO, but I think it's going to look very similar to a RICO, where they're going to allege ongoing criminal conduct that includes, behavior that he's been accused of before, in terms of there were shootings and a car got bombed and all these other things that were allegations against him. I think they are now going to include all of that. And I think that it's going to be a very large indictment. I think you're looking at a 50 to 60 page indictment at a bare minimum. And I think you're looking at multiple counts over a long period of time, or you're looking at 4 or 5 counts, but they're going to include stuff over a long period of time. And I think that's what's taking the grand jury so long. I don't see him just walking away from this grand jury with no charges whatsoever. And we spoke a little bit off camera, is because my belief is when the government puts in the kind of time they're putting in, I don't believe that they ever let someone just walk away from that indictment. I've just never seen that happen before. If you have a grand jury meeting for 4, 5, 6 months and the type of information that they're gathering, I don't see him walking away from this with no charges.
Well, we know it's been at least possibly since July. That's when the first confirmation of it came out. So
Right.
possibly before that June. The beginning of July is when we got confirmation, sort of, about it. So it's been a long process, and it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. Sean Combs's lawyer, basically, that his lawyers have said he's never trafficked anyone. So we'll see what happens. Bradford, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Don't you like when I mute? What I was saying is that I had you guys watch that, and this is my guy right here, Bradford Cohen. He does a great job of explaining it. I guess you watching that entire thing was to kind of get the reason of why 50 Cent's baby mama is involved. And that's a few reasons, and he broke down eloquently what reasons it could be. It's most likely that she's turned on Diddy. Now, you have to remember this is a grand jury proceeding. It's unlikely that they would bring her. It seems like she might be either she already testified or will testify in a grand jury proceeding because her name is at the top of the indictment, or not indictment, the subpoena with Diddy. Now, if she's going to be involved in that process, what that says is that she's probably going to be corroborating or saying some details that could help the prosecutors get this indictment, because in a grand jury proceeding, usually they're not eager to bring up witnesses that could offer exculpatory evidence. Exculpatory evidence means evidence to clear Diddy. So they're not going to bring her on the stand and she's going to be like, oh, Diddy's an angel. He's never done anything. Yo, you breathing way too hard, girl. Chill. They're not going to be eager to bring are you good, bro? You good? Okay. They're not going to be eager to bring 50's baby mom up there if she's just going to say, oh, Diddy's a great person. So what probably happened is they probably scared the shit out of her. Hey, listen, you could be a part of this too. You don't tell us what you know. Bro, it's like the woman who did the crime with the niggas who killed Fulio. I'm pretty sure when she was driving from Jacksonville with them, it's gang, we ain't telling on nobody, yo, listen, blah, blah. Yeah, bro, if the first person usually tells is usually a woman, right? Because again, they're going to seem the most innocent in the whole plot, even if there's criminal activity going on. Really, I would say the first person to tell is me, because I'm going to tell before the woman. You got to beat them to the punch. Like, nigga, I'm like, yo, let's get down to the station. Let's get this shit on record. Like, yo, she's in the other car. Yo, get me down there quick. Yo, come on, punch it. Let's go. Anyway, but yeah, so do I believe that Daphne Joy's cooperated? Yeah. Do I think she gives a fuck about 50 Cent? No. No, not 50 Cent. I mean, Diddy? No. She's probably trying to save her ass. She's probably entered some type of proffer, offered up either videos, text messages, some type of proof that maybe she's kept that could make Diddy look guilty or be guilty in whatever capacity. And I agree with him. She's either said it on the stand already or will say it, and they're just trying to corroborate it. Okay, so you said he had a 15-person orgy at where? Oh, okay, at the W? All right, bet. We're going to just ask for hotel, records to prove y'all were there that night because you're saying that went on there, okay? So again, man, Diddy's in a heap of hot water. As I was watching him, I think I seen him with G Dep recently. Diddy G Dep. Like, he's definitely in New York. Yeah.
Boy artist, be sure to like.
Let's see how we moving, man.
Now I'm gonna be honest with you. Christian Combs and Justin Combs, they act like there's nothing on planet Earth going on. They're turning up. They're still posting about fucking bitches. Like they don't look like they're worried at all. Which I'm always wondering, like, sometimes if you're going through some shit, your parents will be worried more than you. I would think that not being the person going through it, but you love that person like they love their father, I would think they'd be like completely overwhelmed with concern or like just wondering what the fuck is gonna happen. But nah, these boys be outside like shit. I just seen some shit. It was Christian Combs and a bunch of niggas. Christian Combs. Like, nigga, they be having dance. No, not Christian Combs. Justin Combs. They were having a dance battle outside. I'm like, oh shit. They don't look concerned at all. Let me see if I see it. Justin Combs Instagram. Oh, that's his Prince DC. I don't know if it's on here, but I seen it recently. I can probably find it on YouTube. Niggas was dancing like a motherfucker. Justin Combs dancing, yeah. Nigga was turning up. I seen it like yesterday. They don't look too stressed. And not that they have to, right? But shit. Justin Combs. Let's look this week. Where the fuck is it? I see it on Instagram. Them niggas is all in a circle. Anyway, can't find him. Let me look for it on Twitter. Justin Combs.
Oh, that's crazy. I do think that, Diddy is. I personally think Diddy's trying to make things right with God. I think he realized this is in God's hand at this point. He's doing everything he needs to do to be prepared for the process. But I think he's at the point where the simple things matter. Righting wrongs, linking back up with people who may have a salty taste about him as a person, just kind of coming off more humanish, right? Like just trying to, I would imagine at this point, it's the simple things that matter, right?
There's a war going on outside. Vampire, which I am more warm like campfire. Matter of fact, I'm raising the roof up. Inside all was blue stuff.
Yeah, look like, they're doing good. Can't even lie. They are doing good. So, yeah. Honestly, it looks like everything's going good.
I got Uncle G Dep with me. Fresh home. Back to back lamb chops. It's called a rack of lambs, right?
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
See how we moving?
You know what I've been genuinely interested in finding out? Like, obviously, I know these guys have a career. Like, for example, King Combs and even like Justin a bit, right? And clearly Quincy is a guy who, he does like some acting and shit. But these niggas, like, they're living as if they're nepo babies, right? Like, they're living as if, yo, our dad is up a couple $100 million. I'm wondering if they're still gonna be like throwing that wealth around, or at some point they're gonna be like, yo, the future is uncertain. If I'm hearing what I'm hearing correct, that Diddy's burning through millions of dollars in in lawyer fees. I hear he has dozens of criminal attorneys and then dozens of civil attorneys and then dozens of investigators, right? That are all trying to figure out all of this mess. He's burning through millions of dollars. The burn rate, like right now, he's taking assets and converting it to liquid because he needs the war chest. We don't know of any substantial businesses that he's still involved in, even though we don't know his investments either. Maybe he's been, passively earning a couple $1 million with his investments. Like, maybe. But his son's been flashing like a motherfucker, like this money is gonna be forever. Or maybe it's like, it's not even that. They just not gonna walk around like looking all sad.
It was Fashion Week, you know what I'm saying? Light drip today, but look, the cars are speaking for us.
Yeah, he flexing like a motherfucker still.
Yo, rest in peace, Black Bob. Happy birthday, Christian. You're messing with the news, man. Yo, we own the city. On the phone with Diddy. That bro's pretty.
First of all,
yeah, I do think that, I think Diddy's trying to make it, I think he's going through a spiritual cleansing right now. And I think all the people he, I won't say necessarily fucked over while he was getting to the top, but let's just say disregarded or probably didn't pay that much attention to. I think this is a time where he realizes if any time is a time, he needs to, reach out, connect with these people, make sure that who knows what the future lies. Like, these people don't come back around later when other people try kicking his back in and they're on, and these people are on their team, whoever is trying to kick his back in because somebody felt slighted from 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So I think he's trying to right a lot of his, he's trying to atone for some of his sins, make his spirit right with God, and also, trying to make some of these relationships that people may have thought was one-sided or that he left them for dead, make them feel valued, which I don't think that's a bad strategy at all, okay? So we'll see what happens with that. Yo, would you let your sister go to a 20v1 with Dr. Umar? Well, he's apparently going to do one, and this is his standards right here.
Me to do the 20 verse 1 in Atlanta with the sisters. What do y'all think about that, y'all? Where they bring 20 queens out, pick the queens I like, and then it's a round 2 and a round 3. But my problem with the 20 versus 1 is this. How do I know everybody is a biological woman? That's my problem with the Atlanta 20 versus 1. Atlanta is Transformer Central. How do I know all 20 of those queens are organic women? You can't even check the birth certificate because they can change the birth certificate too. So I don't really know. This could be a COINTELPRO operation. If we're going to do this, I need proof that these were biological queens. I need to see baby pictures. I need to see baby pictures, elementary school pictures, middle school pictures, and high school prom pictures. I need to see pictures from every stage of their life. All 20 of them got to be thick in the thighs and natural hair. They could be 5'5" thick in the thighs, 4'12" thick in the thighs, 6'1" thick in the thighs. And the hair better be all natural. with no European hair color. Organic queens only. Healthy, organic.
This nigga's a healthy, organic
Healthy,
queens.
organically natural queens.
Yo, this is one of those joints where like I feel like we're approaching almost, you know, a saturation point or like just a maximum capacity point where the only likely option or next step is with how much he talks about how he's against interracial relationships or no snow bunnies. You know, they always say that God's humor is like, I forgot what it is. There's a saying. It's always like sarcasm and irony is like God's humor. How much I want to bet like in the next 5 years we find out that this nigga fucking a snow bunny, bro? Like he got some snow bunny hidden away. He been dicking her down once every 2 weeks, and she gets mad one day and fucking airs it out. He got all type of pictures with Dr. Umar laid up. Dr. Umar was hiding it. You get what I'm saying? Dr. Umar hitting it from the back while he got shackles on or some shit like that, like some crazy shit. Because I ain't gonna lie. He been going too hard against nobody. It don't make no sense, bro. It don't make no sense. He's made snow bunnies the forbidden fruit in his story, which if we know the story of man, eventually the forbidden fruit, man who is weakened by the flesh, usually is tempted to see what the hype is about. So I'm almost certain eventually we finna catch this nigga with a snow bunny. We're just hoping, man. Actually, that should be hilarious as hell. You know what I mean? Fuck it. But we'll see. We'll see. Interestingly enough, did y'all hear my man Tyrese? Oh, actually, let me read this donation. This is about Bobby's World. Thank you. Bobby's World 876. Thank you. It says, they probably try to use Drake for the Super Bowl. The years Colin kneeled. I don't remember Super Bowl having an artist during their run. Always after when they needed the buzz. So you think it was when it was pre-Jay that they tried to get Drake? I don't know. Maybe Drake's run has been for a while. Who knows? By the way, Unc and Ocho talked about Lil Wayne not being respected.
You in New Orleans and don't have Weezy on that thing?
I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. When it comes to people that headline the Super Bowl, I always think about who has the visibility and can be relatable to all demographics that are going to be watching. From a business standpoint, Lil Wayne. And it just made sense. Kendrick Lamar, based on what he's done, his accolades, and him being on the run that he's been on this year, I kind of understand it. I get it.
How you gonna come to LA and not have Snoop D-O-double-G? But you can't come to New Orleans? No matter what you think, Lil Wayne probably, he a top five. He in my top five. A lot of people got him as the GOAT, but Lil Wayne got to be there in some capacity. He gotta be, Ocho. I feel bad because I know he wanted it too. Don't really talk to him that much now, but I know that would have meant the world to him.
Yeah. Other people spoke. I think we played Juvie before. There was Fabulous actually spoke, but he spoke in defense of Jay because he said, I don't know why people think Jay-Z was behind that. Let me see if I can find that. Fabulous. He said this.
I also see them like blaming Jay-Z. I know Jay-Z is on kind of the panel for the Super Bowl halftime show and kind of has his hands in that. But I don't always, I do want to probably put out there, I don't always think like the decision is one-sided, like people are just, but I guess if you the face, if you the Jay-Z of it, then that's why people can, the same thing like with the president. The president gets a lot of everything put on them, but it'd be like people behind the scenes, the Senate, the House of Reps. It's different people who vote for shit and make it happen that you don't know who the they are. They're not the face of it. So I think Jay gets that. And even salute to that, because he's still, knowing that every celebrity or every person won't take a position being the face because they know that they got to take the blame and all of that. So, but I do see like people blaming it like solely.
Hey, this is why Wayne needs to. This is exactly why Wayne needs to perform in New Orleans, because here's the thing. Shout out to Fab, but regionally, you're not gonna really see a New York nigga get at Jay-Z about that. There's a storied history between Cam and Jay and Mason Jay. That's why you see they did it. But the majority of people from New York is gonna hold Jay down and kind of deflect. And that's the beauty of, being an important figure to a city where other rappers is gonna respect that, and they're gonna speak up on your behalf and they're gonna defend you. That's exactly what it should be for New Orleans. That's why Wayne should be performing there. Like that should be Wayne's spot there. But anyway, let me continue.
On Jay-Z, when I don't think that's the truth. I think it's a committee, it's a board. I feel like it's different people who come into play when decisions like that are made. I do think it would have been great for Lil Wayne to be, just because of how much he's done in the game and how much he's meant to New Orleans, and that would have been a great opportunity. Never know if he's going to be included, if that was something that was behind the scenes. I think it was interesting that Kendrick got it after the Drake battle and shit too. I think that's more something that should be talked about. I think his relevance is really up from that, so that could be something that.
Okay, Fat Joe also chimed in.
The beef with the NFL was that black people wasn't represented, and they was doing us wrong, even though we was the talent, whatever the case. But then they put Jay-Z and Rock Nation to do the shows, and they put out Dr. Dre, Eminem, everybody, #1 ratings, Rihanna. They killing it. So now, of course, the hip-hop community likes to attack the hip-hop. And so, yeah, Jay-Z's a big voice. But, he got to go through the NFL ranks, the Roger Goodells, everything like that, so they could come out with who's performing at halftime. It ain't just one man's decision that I know of. And so, to just throw the blame on the man, how about if he wasn't doing these shows, it'd be no hip hop? Y'all, Jason Lee, what's up, my brother? If he wasn't doing the halftime, the Rock Nation, there'd be no hip hop, because there never was hip hop. You be listening to Don't Go Messing With It, Cotton Eye Boy, Cotton Eye Joe, Cotton Eye Joe. You be listening to that shit at halftime. And so, be careful what you wish for. You all in the muck.
Hey, by the way, to address a couple super chats, thank you. Self-explanatory sent in a couple $20 donations. He was going back at my point I was making about Drake in the Super Bowl, and I was just like, if Drake did turn it down, I don't get why he would. Genuinely, I just don't get it. Also, I did criticize Drake on. I feel like there's a lackadaisical approach to the position he's in, and it's great that organically he's the biggest in the world, but we see how much people like Travis Scott try to even look 10 times, or not 10 times, but look way bigger than he actually is, and a lot of time his presentation makes it look like that. I don't see a problem with that, but also I don't know why Drake doesn't do it at all. Anyway, self-explanatory says, yo, Ak, you sound like a whole female, bro. When you are who you are, you don't have to prove it. You claim to be his #1 fan, but you're never satisfied. Stay in your place as a fan then. Well, here's the thing. Yo, as a fan, you gotta criticize it. Bro, you don't compare, this is why when it comes to I think Drake's the best rapper of all time, right? But Drake's not the best artist of all time. This is why Kanye is like a million miles ahead of him, right? Like, these are things that matter. When you're touting and you're rapping that you're Michael Jackson or you're whatever Michael Jackson, like, remove the weird shit from it, people. But Michael Jackson was not only the consummate performer, but his artiste lent also to amazing, displays of art just beyond the performance on the record. Like, I don't think that's like some crazy shit I'm asking for. Like, yeah, we kind of want dope shit, right? Like, this is art overall. And when we look at other artists that can't match his talent in rapping, a lot of them excel with the art. Whether it's Tyler, the Creator, obviously Kanye, the GOAT, shit, even Kendrick. I mean, like, a lot of, like, it's so funny for the Drake fans who don't want Drake to receive any criticism. Bro, even in criticism, it's a compliment. Because we're comparing this guy to the highest level of artists that pretty much he's competing with people who are dead. The moment you don't keep pushing an artist and you allow them to give you anything, they start giving you sloppy Joe because you take anything. So again, I think that's a light critique, but I do think that critique is kind of noted when you see all of the things that make an artist or really bring artistry to another level is ignored. I get it with the award shows, but whether it's like the preparation, the presentation, it's a little bit lackluster. And yeah, I mean, a Super Bowl performance is a huge fucking thing. You get what I'm saying? It's like, we've only had the greatest artists of all time perform at the Super Bowl. Yeah, that's important. And I understand self-explanatory. You're probably like, yo, bro, Drake's getting attacked or getting criticized. And that's why I don't like the politics of the game that's happening now, right? Because they want me to be DJ Head, right? So, like, I'm supposed to just say Drake's he could do no wrong. Like, if Drake takes a shit, I'm like, oh my God, this smells amazing. No, nigga, no. I reserve my right to criticize him. These are light criticisms. I'm saying the nigga's the GOAT. I want him to present his art as the fucking GOAT. Right? I want him to present it. What he's doing is bigger than what everybody else is doing. Like, it confuses the fans where we know Drake's the biggest artist, but how do you explain that Travis Scott outsells Drake? Oh, I guess you can say, well, Drake just doesn't give a fuck, and Travis cares a lot. Yeah, but whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Lack of effort or not caring is just not the thing, right? Also, I do think part of the remedy for Drake is these moves. I think the World Cup is a move. I think these are moves that he's making, right? And also, if we look at him as he's, before, let's go back to the lyric where he says, I used to be on Rockefeller, then I turned into Jay. Jay became Jay off business moves. Yeah, the prerequisite is being a really good rapper, but Jay's business savvy, and whether he took, was it Blueprint 3 and he partnered with Magna Carta, or no, it was Magna Carta Holy Grail. He partnered with Samsung when he gets his own streaming service. Like, these are all moves that I think makes Jay like, oh, okay, this is why he's him on a business level. Kanye, what makes Kanye Kanye is look at the rollout that the nigga had for My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. Look at the rollout for 808s and Heartbreaks. Look at the rollout for shit, even The Life of Pablo. Right? Like, look at how he presents his art. So anyway. Did I read everything? Okay, good. Yeah. And Billy Movado, thank you. It says act. Maybe Drake wants to do it later in his career. Maybe he was thinking about his image and rather do it later years. That could be true too. That could have been true. Right? That could have been true. But I do think maybe it's tradition or nostalgia, bro. Like, let's go to basketball. I think it's whack that LeBron never did a dunk contest. That's kind of whack. Like, I think it's whack. If you're the GOAT, you check the boxes that anybody else that was the GOAT that could compare to you did. You're supposed to do it better than them. So, I don't know. All good. Let's see what else is going on. Actually, I'll play this Tyrese clip. My boy Tyrese low-key was spitting. Tyrese started talking about female R&B singers and how things have changed.
They don't want to love anymore. They don't want to forgive anymore. They don't want to come clean or confess. And I'm saying this to a lot of female R&B artists. You let these record label executives get in your ear and convince you that you got to release songs and singles bashing and bashing and bashing men in order for your song to matter. When you, as an artist, you're going home to your husband and your boyfriend every night. Why won't you tell the world how much you love the man that you're actually with? I did not release an album bashing my ex. I'm releasing an album expressing my thought and my truth. They don't want to love anymore.
Tyrese he's actually right. It's marketable now for women, not only in R&B but also in hip hop, to bash men. Niggas ain't shit. We're fucking them for their wallet. They're expendable commodities. Yeah, that's kind of what sells. I mean, I've always told y'all. I said, isn't it odd that the women who are promoting the most whorism and whoredom, and basically saying, fuck these guys, fuck love, just fuck for a bag, they were in relationships, the city girls. And then we had Cardi B, who was kind of giving about similar theories. She had a husband. And then Meg was just fucking every person that she could possibly find some love. So she was sport fucking, but she was looking for something serious. So again, absolutely, right? Like, I mean, Nicki Minaj has lyrics talking about, fuck a guy, or, whatever. She's married. So I do think it's misleading the people, but I don't think it's just the artist's fault. I think this is where the society's at. People want to hear, with the new resurgence and more women becoming feminists, they want to hear anthems that's reaffirming what they already think. Fuck these guys. So I think it's a societal problem we're dealing with, and it's not only in R&B. But yeah, I was thinking about R&B recently, and we don't hear too much about love. We hear about lust. We hear about sexual attraction. We hear about everything but what you would imagine relationships were intended for. Like, you don't hear these guys making love songs like they used to, where women would like it and men would like it, or maybe people could dance to it. Again, not saying it don't happen at all, but it happens seemingly to a lesser extent than we used to see it. Again, we're in the era where it's just profitable to rag on dudes, and it is what it is. So, can't knock it. Can't knock it. Finesse 2 times? Nah, we're not gonna do that. Okay. What part of the thing was that? Nah, this shit was funny.
Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Yo, imagine these motherfuckers got Pluto on the menu. I'd be so tight.
And this is what's happening in our country. And it's in Springfield.
Let me see. They said Nick Young claims Kobe and Shaq-led Lakers would lose to 2018 Warriors in 5 games. I love the Lakers, but the Shaq and Kobe team is not beating 2017. Is that the Warriors team with KD? Oh, the Shaq, the most dominant, big ever stuff. They lost to Billups, Hamilton, Prince, Rasheed Wallace, and Ben Wallace 4-1, respectfully. Warriors in 5 on both teams. Not the biggest basketball aficionado, but I thought there's just less physicality. Was there a rule change? There's less physicality. Like, yo, Steph Curry is running around the whole court and not getting his head knocked off. Like, I just don't think 2001 Shaq I remember 2001 Shaq played against the 76ers, the only time that Allen Iverson made it to the finals. And if you ever seen Mutombo after every game, it looked like he went 12 rounds with motherfucking Mike Tyson. His 2 lips looked like 2 rubber tires. That's because Shaq would get the ball and put his elbow straight in Mutombo's mouth. Like, he was elbowing him. He was just going crazy with him. And the reality is, bro, that's what basketball was. I watched the Warriors, and I don't think the Warriors is as good if they're getting bumped and tripped and elbowed like how niggas was getting done in the early 2000s. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, of course, you could run around like 5 people and then catch a 3 fading away out of bounds because you're Steph Curry, because nobody hit you. But if somebody slapped you in the chest, pushed you, almost tripped you, nigga, by the time you get the ball, you're out of breath. Your legs is gone. You're shooting the air ball. So I think, all this, the basketball now looks amazing because it's all about open shots and efficiency and, these complicated plays to get somebody open because people are hitting open shots. But, bruh, basketball that I used to watch, and Iverson was my favorite player, was like, nah, niggas is physical. You're not running around like Steph Curry. Steph Curry would have a black eye every day. So I kind of disagree with that. Or not disagree with that. I say depending on which rules. If it's the 2001 rules or 2001 refs, I got Shaq and Kobe. If it's 2024, I got Curry and KD. Or 2017, I guess, right? All right. Tory Lanez has spoken out after his equipment, or his recording equipment, was confiscated. Okay, he has now let people know that he has provided some legal representation for 472 inmates and reopened a bunch of cases. He says the rumors are true. The prison tapes will be discontinued until further notice. However, I think it's important that my fans know the truth about the crooked ass shit that's really going on in here. My cell was not raided and trashed because I learned how to record myself in prison or because I created the prison tapes. I was shut down because the higher ups figured out what I was really doing with the prison tapes and how many inmates were being helped in a life-changing way because of them. Since the first day I was incarcerated, all I seen is blacks and other minorities receive the most cruel, illegal, and unfair punishment and treatment. For so many nights, I asked God to reveal his purpose in making me go through the ills of the prison system. I was later shown that purpose. I was placed in jail to suffer, to feel, and to witness firsthand pain and oppression being inflicted upon the young black and brown men and women of my generation. I knew I had to change this injustice, so I made a plan. That when I got to prison, I would figure out a way to record music and put all the proceeds toward the legal representation of my fellow inmates and give them a once-in-a-lifetime chance to go home to their families on appeal and resentencing. Although the higher-ups have stopped the prison tapes temporarily, They were too late to stop my overall plan. Since the month of July, I've afforded legal representation for 472 inmates and actively reopened 476 cases with the help of the legal firm Unite the People. So many inmates will return to their families and loved ones. I'm naming this the Hands of God Project. Lastly, they know I'm a threat and they don't want me saying or doing this. So if anything happens to me, just know I went out in a blaze of glory trying to revolutionize the end of mass incarceration era of our people. I'm glad Tory is using his resources for good, but I will say this, Tory, the reason why you locked up is because you dealt with a ratchet, my nigga. There's nothing else. Okay, let's not say God wanted you in there to put you through a test. No. You was dealing with a ratchet, alcoholic, big hoof bitch. That's all you were dealing with, my brother. Okay? You know, you, like many of us men, we pick the wrong women. And a lot of times when you pick the wrong women, all they do is fuck your shit up, break your shit, ruin your career, snitch on you, backdoor you, and send you to jail. That's just the reality of it. You just pick one of them that did one of the worst things to you. It just is what it is. God ain't had nothing to do with that, brother. You know, trust me. If God had his way, you'd have been in Kylie Jenner guts that night, piping her out. But that wasn't God. You had a chick probably off that Hennessy, and that turned her into a demon, a semen demon. And then when the other friend who you were fucking to realized that they both were sharing the same dick, they fucking with the same man on some R. Kelly reverse shit, they said shit was finna go left. You try to get in and try to break this shit up, and guns go off, and that's why you're sitting in jail. Again, you got to stop fucking with ratchets, and I'm saying this as advice that I'm not speaking from being on top of a pulpit, because I think even when I say that, I think that applies to me as well. It is what it is. But yeah, God ain't put you here, bro. Meg Thee Stallion put your ass there. That's reality, okay? That ratchet. But I'm glad that he's helping out the other inmates. You know, Tory is a good guy, and, you know, shit, I would think that he would be taking the money to put towards his legal representation, but no, he's helping out inmates. I think that's dope. Shout to him. What's this? YSL Mondo, after seeing all the love that YSL Woody is getting, he's saying he's done with the streets. He says, I'm officially done with the streets, people. When I just seen a real street nigga co-sign this rat, it just let me know the streets are done. Just proudly hung with a buddy the whole day, taking pictures, all type of goofy shit. I can't wait to see y'all, disloyal, fake, real niggas, face when bro come home. Make sure y'all stay on that side. I wouldn't even want y'all type of niggas around me, because y'all don't got no loyalty. Showing y'all going broke, y'all would do anything for some money and motion.
Hey guys, my name is Mundo. I'm a suburban kid now. I'm not a street dude anymore. I'm not gonna classify myself as a street guy anymore. I'm a suburban kid now, because the streets has turned a little gay and weird and funny style. So I can't classify myself as a street guy anymore. I'm a suburban kid. I'm on the sidewalk now. So I'm a sidewalk guy. I'm not a street guy anymore, fellas and ladies. I am a sidewalk guy.
Mondo, don't you try to bring your ass over here. No, nigga, you not civilian. When all y'all niggas was claiming y'all street niggas, y'all acted like y'all signed up for the army, nigga. It sounded like y'all had a recruit letter, bro. No. You not getting dishonorably discharged. You not coming over here with us, nigga. You gonna stay over there with the gangsters. Not because you don't like the rules or because the rule changed. You not want to come over to Pussy Nigga Association with Big Act. No. We on the sidewalk. You still in the streets. That's the thing about street niggas. The street niggas, they don't like when the rules change or when the rules don't. No. Let's be very clear. This is for all of y'all now, okay? It's part of the streets that telling is the thing. That telling gets glorified. It's part of the streets, okay? Y'all can't even tell us a time. Like, it feels like, let me not say tell us a time. All y'all black gangs, y'all don't stand on business. Y'all don't know nobody who snitched that got killed. Y'all don't know nobody who snitched who got stitches. So now when y'all see snitching rampantly, you see, snitching ain't never cool when it comes to the cartel. Niggas' tongues is getting mailed to their mamas. Niggas' fingers is getting put in cardboard boxes and mailed to their relatives. That shit's not happening. Here's the thing. Y'all street dudes need to realize that yes, the rule changed. It's like basketball, nigga. When they say, yo, you can't do this or that. It's a rule change. The rule change in the streets is that motherfucker, if all goes bad, make sure you tell on your mans. That's just what it is. So again, if you trying to uphold the whole thing of being a street dude, and again, once you join the streets, don't come back to the sidewalk. I don't know why everybody complaining about Woody, but nobody doing nothing about it. So again, Mondo, I rock with you, but think about it. That's y'all snitch. He's snitching on y'all. Every time I hear the street dudes talk about snitches, it's always like they're asking for somebody else to crash out and handle the snitch. Y'all remember when Meek Mill wanted me to handle snitches? He wanted me to. He said I'm gonna set an example, but he wanted me to stop posting 6ix9ine. So he wanted me to give the ramification of snitching. When he seen 6ix9ine in person, all he did was argue and put his phone out. Y'all street niggas need to all say y'all done with the streets. Don't say, because nigga, Alpo snitch. Every gangster movie I've ever watched, at the very end of the movie, there's usually one guy who told. I don't know why everybody's acting like snitching is not part of the game. Now, I know they're trying to say, oh, it's not that snitching is not part of the game. It's that snitching is cool. Here's the part of the game that y'all forgot. Y'all want to say y'all street niggas, but y'all not down to kill a snitch. That's part of the game. When niggas tell, you prevent other people from telling because you kill the snitch. That's how it works. Right? That's how it works. When there's no repercussion for snitching, you breed more snitches. If you don't put the rat poison, the rat is going to go fuck other rats and get more rats. So again, if y'all too scared to go handle the snitch, stop complaining about the rodent problem. Don't say the rules change. Don't say nothing else. You don't want to crash out, as you shouldn't crash out. But let's not act like streets is done, streets is whatever. Well, if streets is done and niggas is snitching more, streets is done because y'all niggas is letting niggas snitch more. Also, the only way to leave the streets and come to the sidewalk is to tell. So, Mondo, you can't be on the sidewalk with us because motherfucking Woody's over here. He's on the sidewalk pointing people out to the cops. That's how you get on the sidewalk. Nigga, this ain't no job at Amazon. You don't put in your 2 weeks. This nigga's putting his 2 weeks. Yo, bro is putting his 2 weeks in, bro. Yo, I'm done being a street guy. This is my 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, just call me a civilian. My name is Bill. I'm a suburban kid now. No, it don't work like that. It don't work like that. Nope. Only way to get to the sidewalk is go do a lengthy bid and come back a reformed man, or start telling on the other niggas. Listen, people on the sidewalk tell on the people in the streets. That's what happens. Yo, that gangbanger over there just shot at my grandma's house. Police go lock him up. That's what we do on the sidewalk. I'm sorry, we on some Charleston White shit. Yes, we are. You can't put in your 2 week notice unless you're coming over here to use. On the sidewalk, we only have one way of deterring crime: telling. So in the streets, they say, yeah, even if a nigga kill my kid, I ain't gonna tell because I'm gonna keep it in the streets. You've never heard a nigga on the sidewalk say, I'm just gonna keep it on the sidewalk. No, I'm gonna keep it in my phone book. I'm gonna keep it with 911. I'm gonna keep it at the precinct. We're gonna keep it at the courtroom. We're gonna keep it with you in the box. Yes. So again, Mondo, we'll welcome you over here to the Pussy Nigga Association. By the way, I'm the leader. The Pussy Nigga Association. That's my little group, right? We'll welcome you to the sidewalk, and we'll take we know you're giving you a 2 week notice, but here's the thing: once you're over here, You got to start telling with us. Tell us what you know. If you see a nigga that's, oh, you seen John shoot up some cribs? Well, tell the police that he could go get his ass. Woody is over here with us. The only thing is Woody be double dutching because he also in the streets too. Woody be over here with us telling, and then he get in the streets, and then he be looking at y'all like, y'all gonna kill me or what? And nobody say nothing. So, hey, here's the thing. Y'all gangsters gotta stop talking about Woody if y'all not about to handle y'all issue with them. I think Woody's doing an amazing job solving all the crime in Atlanta, getting people out of here who's scaring off the 70-year-old grandma who can't walk down the block no more because she thinks she might catch a stray bullet from one of the slats. Like, holy. Like, I'd be terrified. Say my grandma live on Cleveland Ave. Imagine she catch a stray bullet from the slats. Like, no, I'm sorry. No, yes, you got to cooperate. Yes. So we welcome you over here to the sidewalk, but Mondo, we just need to know, are you willing to tell? Listen, we don't do get backs. We ain't sliding for bro. We're not doing free flowing them. We don't do none of that. On the sidewalk, especially in the Pussy Nigga Association, we write statements. We cooperate. We testify. We make sure we police our community by communicating with each other and communicating with law enforcement. It's the only way. So y'all tell me. If y'all trying to get on the sidewalk, you got to be down with what the sidewalk's doing. Because if we want to get in the streets, we got to be down with what y'all doing. It is what it is. So again, Mondo, you got 2 weeks to think about this. You gave your 2 weeks notice. Think good. Yo, this nigga gave us 2 weeks notice for being in the streets. This is crazy. Like, yo, listen, in the streets, y'all got a couple of things. Yo, you ever hear the niggas in the streets? Yeah, even if I die, niggas gonna slide behind that. Yeah, let's not say that. Something happened to me. I hope the police use my Ring cameras and all the other witnesses around here to put you in jail forever and give you the needle. That's it. So, listen, we do welcome you over here, Mondo, but take your 2 weeks to carefully think if you're ready for this type of life, okay? Trust me, Mondo, when you're on the sidewalk, we do Crime Stopper videos. Yes. We do Crime Stopper videos. Yes. We call the tip line, pause. You know what I mean? We dry snitch. We do everything. We do everything to clean up the streets. That's what we do on the sidewalk. We gossip about y'all killing each other. We give anonymous tips. Pause. Yeah, all that. So you're more than welcome to join us over here, Mondo. But just be prepared to cooperate to the fullest of your potential, brother. We do have some pros though. You'll enjoy freedom. You'll enjoy a safer community. You might not be called a real nigga, but you said you're giving up the real nigga, street nigga thing. So you got 2 more weeks to be called that. Then you could come on over here, brother. Come on. All right.
Or prefer to be on the sidewalk. That's what they made it for. So I'm going to let you guys have the streets and I will walk on the sidewalk. Okay? Thanks. Goodbye.
Oh man. Okay. What is this? Yeah, we still waiting on what happened with that cop. That cop. We're trying to figure out what they did to this cop with Tyreek Hill. By the way, did y'all hear the news? Apparently, this nigga had a parlay for the under with Tyreek Hill, man. So he was going crazy. He was trying to get that nigga out, man. They say this nigga, he cooked up a mean parlay, bruh. And the parlay had Tyreek Hill going under, bruh. I ain't gonna lie, if I'm a cop and I got the ill parlay and I see the nigga that's in the parlay and I got him for the under, yeah, nigga, I'm finding a way to bring you to jail. You're going to jail today. My parlay got a hit. My parlay got a hit. Yeah, the cop had a parlay. Y'all ain't hear that? The fucking cop had a parlay. Yeah. He had a parlay. Tyreek Hill was in it. He ain't had time to, guesstimate. Tyreek Hill said, yo, I had surgery on my knee. He said, sit your fucking ass down, nigga. Yeah. Yeah, nah, he tried it. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Like, police brutality aside, you ever have somebody in your parlay, this nigga been asked the whole season. They got him up there on FanDuel saying, will he get over 80 yards? You're like, fuck no. So you got him on the under. First play of the game, the nigga get a 79-yard touchdown. You're like, what the fuck? He just need one more yard for the rest of the game. You're like, man, somebody trip him. Damn, I hope this nigga just drown off drinking Gatorade. Like, somebody do something to him. Put him in concussion protocol, CTE, please. Anything. That's how it go. Bro. That's how it go. Oh, boy. They had that boy in a crazy parlay. Fuck. All right. I'm on to the shade room now. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I don't even know why Donald Trump agreed to no type of debate with a black woman looking like this. This chick looked like she was suck dick mad. Like, come on, bro. Like, Trump should have seen this from a mile away, man. This chick looked like she mad at everything. She looked like she do everything with attitude. Suck dick with attitude, take back shots with attitude, cook food with attitude, breastfeed with attitude. Everything, bro. Everything. All right. All righty then. Man, there's a lot of that shit going on. Let me see what else is going on. Ice-T said he tired of the pronoun shit. He gonna call everybody a motherfucker. I like that. Yo. Oh, I think the page private, ain't it? Yeah, it's private. I can't even get to it. I was gonna shout out Lil Baby's girl. Lil Baby's girl was on the gram. Nigga said she wrote questions up for herself in the Q&A. Yo, her fans was violating her. They say, yo, how do you feel about being the poster child of being cheated on? And I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what she said? She said, it's cool. I ain't even gonna cap with you. Let me see if I can pose it. Bro, she said, they asked her how she feel. I guess they told my little baby cheating on her type shit. So one of the questions says, yo, how you feel about being the poster child of being cheated on? She says, it's all right. Nigga, she wasn't even in denial. You know some of these chicks would be always like being denial and shit. Hold on. Where's the burner? Where's the fucking burner count? Where's the burner count? Oh, here we go. I ain't gonna lie. Nigga, I respected her for it more. You know what I mean? You know what they say? You rather cry in a Rolls Royce than cry in that Kia. Yeah, she went to the Q&A. Somebody said, no, right here. It says, how did you make getting cheated on look easy? Yo, shout out to her though, because listen, man, the person, yo, these girls know what they sign up for, bro. Like, you dating a famous rapper, like, you've just chosen a life of non-poverty, right? Like, you didn't choose a life of like fucking real loyalty. Like, yeah, there's supposed to be loyalty, but come on, a nigga gonna be a nigga, right? She says, I never look at the shit I'm going through. Some girls allow that shit to break them and stop their drive, hustle, and ambition. Yet I bounce back harder and elevate each time to the point I now know my worth. This girl's good, man. I like her. Then somebody says, yo, these questions are shady. Why the hell are they asking you this like you're the poster child of being cheated on? Who cheated on you, Jada? And she says, laughing my ass off. I have been, though. I guess she says she's a poster child. And I'm not ashamed. That's that. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I liked her. Yo, Jada, I'm a fan of you now. I like realistic chicks. Feel me? Yeah, let little baby cheat in peace, man. Let him, that nigga, yo. Nigga, that nigga didn't drop all them songs and all them hits for no fucking reason. You know that nigga cheat in peace, bro. She said, yeah, I am the poster child being cheated on. I'm not ashamed. Even if they're trying to be shady, it do not move me. You can try to clown me about some shit I hold myself accountable for and grew from and learn from. Yo, Jada, man, you deserve every Rolls Royce you got. Shout out to you, man. I like chicks who realize, yo, it's a trade-off. You're dating a little baby. You're dating a little baby. He's giving you hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, you're getting spoiled, flying on private jets, doing what you want. But there's a trade-off to it. He gets to fuck the newest Instagram model when he wants, and it's okay. The person who's writing you that is on government assistance probably. Or their self-esteem is intact, but they're with a nigga who's broke as shit or a nigga with no job. Perfect. You got to realize, you know, in life, you just got to, it's a trade-off, right? It's a trade-off. It is what it is. So, long as she's aware, you know, fuck with her for this. Baby, you might have to get back with her, dog. Might have to get back with her, dog. All right. Alrighty then. What else going on? What else is going on? Let me look on. Should look on Hollywood on lock first. The neighborhood talk. Yeah, Candace Owens got demonetized. I ain't gonna get into that. I mean, there ain't much to talk about when Candace Owens. Yo, they told Candace Owens the lesson, man. All y'all YouTubers who thought y'all were being edgy, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Yo, for real. All y'all YouTubers, man, if y'all want to talk about Jewish people, bro, just go make your own platform, bro. They're telling you they ain't into it, bro. All y'all YouTubers who want to, like, slander Jewish people, bro, just go. Nigga, don't do it on YouTube, nigga. Do it on MyTube or something. Go make your own shit. They're not fucking with that. They just got Candace Owens out of here with that. Or at least for 90 days. Yo, Meek is a legendary type of nigga, man. He said, how we get tickets to the debate in Philly? I want to go. It's going to be history. They said I could come. Well, dingbat, if they told you could come and they wanted you to come, wouldn't they give you tickets, dummy? Like, yo, Meek Mill's a special type of stupid. Like, first of all, I don't think there was an audience, but here's the thing. It's like me saying, yo, bro, you could come to my show or you could come to this. And then you gotta get on Twitter, like, yo, how do I get tickets to the show? They said I could come. This is crazy, bro. I feel like it's like bullying at this point. Meek, I rock with you, bro. Meek, Meek, I'm getting to the point with you where I got to with like Carisha, like, bro, bullying is never fun no matter what. And I think intellectually I've been bullying you, like maybe physically, well, even though I think you're on box, but still, maybe street-wise you could bully me, but like intellectually I feel like I've been just bullying you. And I'm at the point now where it's like, I feel like the kid that's clowning the half-baked retarded nigga. And rather than clown you, I'd rather just sit with you and read you the Harry Potter book or Cat in the Hat. You know what I mean? Let's get your IQ up. So I'm kind of about to start being on your side and start defending you because there's just no more laughter I could give to your stupidity without trying to give help. Right? Let me see what else. I ain't watching that. What's this? The weekend said they crashed the pre-order site. Yeah, the weekend about to do some numbers. So why y'all don't like dating people with kids? I was actually no, I don't even want to talk about that tonight. Me and AJ was debating about that earlier. I was like, yo, I don't like women with kids. It's like, especially if you're taking them super serious. At the end of it, like, you're always gonna run that situation where that kid gonna look at you and be like, nigga, you ain't the pappy, nigga. You are not my father. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna call it. I called it. I know I've been calling it before for 5 hours in the last couple of days, but tonight was just supposed to be a watch party. It's all good. We'll call it today. I gotta do a daytime stream, man. I was supposed to link with Silky today to do a stream. I think he's in New York City. Watch out for like my first IRL stream. Well, not first IRL stream, but I guess first. I'm about to do an IRL stream and a regular stream. So I don't know how that's going to be done, but it's going to be like a daytime thing for the IRL, and then later I'll get back on the desktop. So you guys can pick your poison, whatever you like. I hope you guys did watch the debate with me, and whatever your opinion is, listen, I am not here to push Trump on y'all. Trust me. Like, if you like Kamala, she did good tonight. Fuck with her. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not that serious, right? Like, I don't want to argue with y'all over what you think is best for you. You should know what's best for you. And I don't think I have to convince you to think my way for us to be cool or for no, just do what you want to do. You get what I'm saying? And go with your gut, go with your heart, do your research, and you'll be fine, right? So I don't want to get too much into the politics shit. But regardless, we'll be back on tomorrow. I got to do a daytime stream to give y'all a longer stream. We'll be back on with more hip hop stuff. I think we are on 5 days now, which I'm kind of very, 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 very proud of. So, yeah, let's get back into that tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Wednesday. New music drops Thursday night, but we'll figure out some shit for tomorrow, all right? Chat, I do love y'all. I appreciate you guys each and every time for sitting here and enjoying. Hopefully, every time I cut the stream off, I'm like, I hope I was entertaining enough that gave them a couple laughs, a few memorable moments, something to talk about, and something to think about, something to digest. All right. Thank you guys for being the best audience I could possibly imagine. Nothing bigger than the chat. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Day 6 is tomorrow, I believe, too. Peace.